And alrighty then, here we go. Let's get down to it, shall we? Let's see. What we're gonna do tonight, I think we're gonna just grind a couple of levels here in Wrath Mountains on the Giants, just see how well that works. And then we'll move to Guck probably around 35, if not sooner, depending on how good or not the XP is. Oh. Alright, we already have quickness on slot 2. Durr. So, alright. So yeah, let's just run back to some Giants here and see if we can't turn a couple levels and a couple thousand plat at the same time. And fortunately, Guck is just around the corner, so you know what? That works out pretty well. Yeah, we're at 31.42 right now. So we've got 7 A's to invest in something. Got, let's go ahead and hit Zerk Stance a while. Alright, hello, Mr. Hill Giant. We're on Wrath Mountains +2 right now, by the way. With most giants being about 2 to 5 levels above us, I figure this area should stay very respectable for at least a couple levels. Yeah, we see a couple of red cons running around as well. And yeah, with the kind of money these guys drop, this is easily the best money farm pre-planes. I mean, not that that's news to anybody. After all, druids have been flattening this place for fun and profit for 27 years now. Also thought about maybe going and grabbing the blackened alloy medallion for the mana preservation focus. I think that would probably be a pretty big boon. I gotta see. Because I think we're kind of at the point of that being... we're at that point of that camp being like very level appropriate. Lord Pickclaw is 32. So we're at kind of the upper end of... Yeah, the deep end of Runny Eye being level appropriate. Yeah, 3.5 to 4.5% XP per mob in here. Not bad. We are burning out our endurance at a pretty good pace. Since Black Alloy Medallion is one of the only sources of mana preservation focus in the game currently, pending any subsequent itemization updates. Maybe even doing that upper 20s, maybe like the first time around. Just to basically between Befallen and Mistmoor, go to Runny Eye long enough to get that. Since that's a piece of equipment, at least the focus part of it, that will last for the foreseeable future. Well, we've got 49 minutes on a personal instance either way, so you know we're not gonna go. We're not gonna go there now, but maybe when our personal instance timer runs out, maybe we'll go take a shot at that, see how bad of a camp that is or is not. Because I have no idea. I've never hunted anything of any substance in Runny Eye before. But there's level 32. And that was a pretty quick 60% of a level right there. Let's see, do we have any spells coming up on the horizon that are really noteworthy? 32. Oh, we get Companion Spirit now, based. All right, and Charm Animals if we care. Oh, we get Malazement at this level. Very good. Next level is so let's go ahead and Companion Spirit. Let's go ahead and summon the Doge. Otherwise, 33 is just Winter's Roar. Okay, and we get Symbol of Rilton on Paladin. Curse. Oh, we get Wrath at 34. Pack Shrew. 35 is Divine Vigor. Tumultuous Strength. Okay, we're starting to get the. 36. We at least get Spirit of Billy. And, hello there, Mr. Bot in chat. Let's go ahead and, oh. No, the account was already suspended or deleted. Okay. Never mind then. Alright. Oh, and our pet is actually spawned in with Inner Fire and Spirit of Wolf on. Alright, well, that's cool. Vigilant Spirit comes on at 37. Okay. And let me just check the... Alright. Yeah, gloves and mask. I don't know, 10 to all saves. I think we'll leave the equipment as is for now. Alright, Genectic. You can do it, bud. Guess I should haste myself and the Doge. Ion Flux, good evening. As you can see, we're just kind of... We picked up the grinding right where we left off last night. So we're just murdering giants for another level or 3. And Faltorvo, hello. Good evening to you as well. And we just acquired our Doge spell. And he successfully slowed the giant. I was running in like cleric-brained grug mode there for a bit, forgetting, you know, I do actually get to cast slow myself. Are repops disabled in here? I don't think I disabled repops. I thought I specifically enabled repops. Unless they're, unless the mechanic is working in the opposite direction and now they're just always disabled? And if they are, I'll just jump out of the solo instance and go do an open world version. That seems to be the case. Huh, okay. Or we actually just killed them fast enough that if we're actually just killing them faster than they respawn, then I guess that's a good problem to have. But I think we actually just need to pop out to open world, because yeah, I think they're just not respawning at all. Which is fine. Well, let's see, actually. Oh. Maybe. Yeah, maybe we are just actually killing a little too fast. Maybe they are repopping. Just a little bit too slowly. Kitty. Hey. Kitty. Let's see. We're watching D4. That was eye-opening. Worth putting Tash proc on pet weapons. Oh yeah, I was thinking. Oh wait. Let me just ping an AA. Yay. Yeah, the like the Orb of Tishani, Orb of Tishan. Yeah, putting that Tishania proc on a pet weapon. Yeah, totally valid. You know, as long as you've got one of the appropriate classes on your kit. Now, if you're like playing a mage or something or a wizard, yeah, like totally valid. Free Tash on monsters, courtesy of Jabobtic. Yeah, absolutely. And rename your dog Paladin. Valorhound of Holy Wolf. I don't know. I have a certain affection for the random pet names like Jabobtic and Gonorrhea and that sort of thing. Maybe we'll hit 33 and then I think we'll go over and see about grinding goblins for that mana preservation focus. Name mine Heinous. And we won't get much XP in Runny Eye, because everything's going to be blue, at best. But, yeah, we'll be able to get a focus effect that will have real value. You'll be doing this on AC Island? Probably. I don't know how many giants there are on AC Island. If there's enough to actually get a decent little like XP grind, but you'd get the added bonus of just, you know, getting the J-Boots components, which are always useful. And yeah, and the regular Cyclopses yeah, drop valuable gems. Though, reality, if we wanted to make big money, we would just go grind moats in Fear or Hate. Also, you know, those faction hits from the Death Fist orcs, you know, you can see tanking your Knights of Truth faction to, for the sake of, say, like maxing out militia or whatever else you need for whatever purpose. Totally safe to do, because Knights of Truth, as well as Guardians of the Veil and Ashen Order, and Commons Residents, are all freely fixable by just murdering Deathfist orcs in industrial quantities with no downside. Oh, speaking of, other maybe, that's the Corrupted. He's just got a bajillion HP. He's not worth the effort, because he's a Kunark mob. Speaking of, I wonder, I should actually check the basement in High Keep at some point. See how worthwhile it is. Like, see if they're... We'll probably be killing goblins way too fast for it to be meaningful XP. Because I don't think there are enough mobs down there, and I don't think they repop fast enough. But if we wanted to fix any number of factions around Freeport, that would be the way to do it. Any faction issues in Blackborough? Nope. Because you're going to be KOS in Blackborough itself no matter what. And but killing stuff in Blackborough boosts a couple of different Kinos factions with no downside. And it's okay. Yeah, well, the respawn on Giants is actually just kind of slow for the sheer amount of damage we're dealing. What is my phone giving me a warning about? Oh, tornado watches. We do not get a lot of tornadoes here in the mountains. Let's see, either of... Oh, yeah, yeah, there were just a bunch of sessions I just didn't record. For one reason or another. I think we were, after the first one or two sessions, yeah, I had stopped, I forgot to record or just chose not to record a couple sessions. 2, yes. So, okay, the... You know, kill speed when stuff around here is actually level appropriate on your first run might make the respawn rate make a little more sense, but like power leveling on a second run, giants respawn way too slowly. Like, holy cow. Two in blunt, or two in from yeah, from Befallen, yeah, the Ebon Scythe. Yeah, for when you can get it is absolutely amazing. And the Bone Bladed Claymore is right there also. Seven. All right, now we're getting repops. And I guess good to know that the viability of this area as an XP camp is actually limited by mob density. They're actually both kind of uncommon. Though the scythe at least is the uncommon drop, with the common drop being a one-hand blunt weapon that is also very solid for the level. So at least you'll get something from that mob. From Osaka. Versus if the Troll Shadow Knight does not drop the Bone Bladed Claymore, then at best he'll drop a bronze two-hander. Go on the 28 on each run. Yeah, I think that's about that's pretty appropriate. By about 28, well, yeah, 28 is when the Baron starts conning white. Everything else will be blue at best. So, yeah, the XP is going to slow down a good bit by that point. Oh, yeah. You'll just be standing on his spawn point, blasting him as he shows up. Getting that tunic plussed up as far as it can go. Oh, hey, it's Gand. Oh, and Sagok. Okay. There's like two people I know happen to be in this zone right now. Yep, bunch of weapons down there also, like the piercer off the half elf in the hallway. the golem wand off the mage around the corner for the pillage enchantment clicky. Super valuable. Now, you only need one of them, but super valuable either way. The soldier right next to the Baron has the another sword in addition to the Baron's sword. With like I think he's the one that drops the enchanted longsword. So you've got two one-handers right next to each other. Not to mention basically a full set of visible armor throughout the whole zone to get plussed up. Uh, 4%. Just heard some thunder overhead. So if the stream suddenly dies, y'all will know when. Or y'all will know why. I'm going to just say Warrior, Cleric, Necro. Would it make any difference if you did Netclair or War? No. The order of classes does not matter. You know, primary, secondary, tertiary, give stats exactly the same. Order doesn't matter. The order only matters in that, you know, your primary class is what you're going to be locked into from level 11 until you unlock another one, which is going to be a little while. So, you know, your primary should be the one you like best. There we go. There's level 33. Okay. Direct damage. And put Winter's Roar on there. Oh. Pff. You brought this on yourself, Mr. Orc Warrior. You have no one to blame but yourself. There, primary. Nope. Yep. Does not matter which is which. And Necro Cleric is handy because you're, you know, most Necro guilds, or at least areas that, or little enclaves that have Necro guilds, tend to also have Cleric guilds in them. So buying spells will not be a problem on that duo. All right, where are we gonna port to? To go to Runny Eye. Actually, North Karana, probably. Because I don't think we have. Because we would need to gain a couple more levels to get what you call it, Rivervale, Misty Thicket. So I guess North Karana is the way to go. Yep, Warclare, very solid way to PL any third classes as you go. And yeah, Archie Lady, my pleasure. Glad to have you here with us, by the way. Welcome to the program. Man, thanks for that follow right there. Alright, we need to go to East Karana, and then we gotta go to like East Karana, then like Beholder's Maze, and then into Runny Eye. A little bit of a hike. And I think this was, yeah, because the other way to do it would have been West Commons, run through Rivervale into Misty Thicket and do it that way, and that's just goofy. Ah, you've been watching on YouTube. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you were able to catch us this evening. Yeah, hopefully this thunderstorm doesn't get out of hand. I would like to have power. Alright, I gotta go. And Jarek Storm, good evening. The cat in armor emote is very cute. We're going to group up and basically power thrash to the plains on launch. Yeah, that makes that makes sense. Yeah, just have a yeah, dedicated group being able to just kind of play non-stop. Hit. Let's see. With I mean, it would take all day, but I'm sure with enough coffee you could easily accomplish that in one very long play session. Oh, you know what? While I'm here, any named eyes up? All right, Lord Severe. He didn't seem severe at all. In fact, he seemed quite mild. The lens, don't care. Optic nerves, don't care. And no, no slime crystal staff today. It's like chugging a great drink. His tactic is 8-man planes. Yeah, planes, yeah, farm, trading to each other. Yep. I mean, it would be the same deal with blasting dragons on day one. You know, just trade loot around so everybody gets a cloak of flames or and a white dragon scale and a red dragon scale and whatever else. So everybody gets basically one of everything that they need. You can pile all the appropriate gear onto whoever needs it. No, it's just me here in Runny Eye. But let's go to +2. Yeah, there's nobody in there. Alright. So we're looking for Slay Spell, Destroyer, Battle Lord, Battle Wizard, and especially Lord Picklaw himself. I do not know where anything is in this zone. So, I don't know, we're... Admittedly, this early stuff is going to be small fry, so we'll just run through some of the lower levels, I guess. Hello, an evil eye prisoner. Top of a fractured rune. I don't need that. Yep. Hello, a Picklaw faux chopper. Yeah, blackened iron collar. We do not need that. And a Zek speaker. Yep, get out of here. Dumb goblins. You guys should have quit while you were behind. A fractured femur, yeah, we don't need that. Yeah, some blackened iron mail, we do not need that. Now, I mean, I think they had said the problem with GM events is they create a lot of FOMO. You know, because you couldn't play that day, you missed the event, and now it'll never happen again. These guys need to really calm down a little bit here. Maybe I mean, Shin Lord would be a great dad camp for the first alt you choose to take. 50, and yeah, not a, because he'll be, he grays out around 30, well, by 35 at least, you're not getting any meaningful amount of XP. Ooh, is Lord Picklaw up? It's Unak, but that's, Battle Wizard Unak. That's a... Battle Wizard Unak will work. No. Could have worked. Dad gave him someday for the Ghoul Veins. Yep. I mean, it's gonna have to get done eventually. Uh... Oh. What's the light blue in there? Nothing important. Oh, hello, a goblin bartender. And, oh, a Picklaw Destroyer. Hello there. This is actually a very expansive dungeon. Down at 40-ish, I don't think it would even last that long. I think by about 35. I mean, depending on how much of the zone you're pulling, I think you're gonna... Second alloy girdle, which, yeah, I mean, which is actually quite good for the level. But auto sell. I think by about 35, it would get pretty rough. All right, you're not allowed to kill the goblin banker, unfortunately, because he is just a banker. Flargle Grump Ack Murgledew. That is Goblin for I hate you. Oh, you mean, yeah, actually, I mean, I had no trouble with XP from 40 to 50. It was still very good in Guck. Are you here for it? The black alloy medallion, specifically the mana preservation focus that's on it. Two alts to 30, main 3 to 35 at Shin Lord. Both alts to 35 at Shin. It's either mana pres 3 or it might only be mana pres 2, but most of the spells that that would matter are within are under level 44 anyway, so mana pres 2 is good enough. It goes to, I want to say 44, which I think makes it mana pres 2. Can drop off of a half dozen different name mobs down here. So we just basically flatten the whole floor. Because Battle Lord's over there. Lord is up here or up here. Magus is around here also. So yeah, we just kind of delete everything on this floor and hope for the best. You did main attraction, yeah. I've seen a few people doing, I've seen linking main attraction. Though, man, main attraction has so many steps to it. Like, the whole main attraction thing, man, that is a big quest. With a lot of subquests. Yeah, an actual attack proc or a weapon proc on your boots to activate when you kick things. That would be great. Kicking everything in the tash. Carlos. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah. Oh, Picklaw's Slice Bell can drop it also. Oh, also any destroyer can drop it apparently. Okay. As well as Palak, Unak, and Lord Picklaw. Okay. So the higher con trash mobs can drop it as well. So that's cool. Um, what? The that evil eye is having none of that goblin's crap apparently. This evil eye also. Man, repops down here are kind of slow, huh? For a dungeon this level, I feel like they should be a little faster. This isn't even a personal instance. This is just a regular zone. Hmm. I think the floor is starting to repop. Alright, stuff coming up and down the ramp is respawning. So, do Soulfire at 35 with beginner gear. That should be, you might need a partner for Lucan, maybe, depending on, what your exact kit is. But he'd be a very easy duo. Yeah, 35 with starter gear. Lucan was just a bit out of reach. Yeah, 45-ish AA, depending on... Also, with pumped up Befallen gear and, an extra stack of AAs, as long as you have the toolkit to get him 1v1, which can be easier said than done, then maybe? Like, solid maybe? Worst case, you go grind up 5 levels, you come back, and then you do it with ease. But yeah, that is assuming you can actually split him out of the house and fight him 1v1. Top pair to go with Zerker? Paladin and Cleric, for sure. Though, Shadow Knight and Necro, also very excellent. Though, honestly, you add one of the 3 tanks and some kind of healer, and you'll have something very, very solid. And thanks for joining us, Webs300. Glad to have you here. Welcome to the program. And hey, thanks for that follow right there. Glad to have you on board. Hello there. A Pitclaw Slay spell. Why do I always gotta wonder, like, why do the goblins always talk in rhyme? Are they all, like, Spotify rappers or something? Trying to get adventurers to buy their mixtape or some such? Jeez, what? Is it better to just? Might be better to just hop another instance. Swap difficulties and because man, repops here are really slow. I mean, Zircon live since it came out, nice. Yep, in this case, you know, we're swinging a big fiery Avenger. Yeah, let's just pop up to +4. Because, holy cow, the repops are slow. Do I have? Yeah, I have generic invisibility we can cast. I imagine like half the reason of of having Kunark actually be the first expansion is for epics. I can't, you know, being some of the most, you know, beloved items in the game's history, I can't imagine we would not get those. Oh, hello, a slime elemental. Big Zerker weapon. It doesn't look that good. Well, I mean, it's... The damage on it looks really good. The numbers are huge. So they give huge dopamine. It is, I believe, the highest ratio weapon in the game right now. Though the, you know, it is the cudgel of the fool, so, you know, it totally makes sense that it looks like you hold it upside down. Here, we'll just go take a swim. How do I have air remaining? Oh, because for some reason the Exalt didn't transfer over to my ear on this kit. Is it on the keyring? There we go. see. Yeah, yeah, save the kits, you don't do that again. Yep, that is, yeah, it's, oh. Because it's the kit I'm on, I can't save it without being in town. It should just work. Because there was previously a a bug with exalts not updating correctly on loadouts. That has since been fixed, so it should just be fine now. Kind of like, you know, kind of like an Elder Scrolls game. It should just work. Because all of this just works. Yep, and you can run out of things to do before Kunark. I won't. Probably, if only because I am going to be stockpiling Fiery Avengers. So I can turn them into Fiery Defenders and have a +10 Fiery Defender as soon as possible. And that will take a lot of time to accomplish. At least 16, ideally 32. Because you need 32 plus 5 items to make a +10. Yeah, 16 plus 6s. Now, that being said, if we can effectively make +6s, then you know, if we're able to obtain enough motes to make to convert 16 plus 5s into +6s, then that would solve the problem right there. If we're able to bank that many motes. Maybe, maybe not, but, you know, I want to get the +10 Fiery Defender specifically for style points, not necessarily, statistical optimization. Yeah, so what we'll have to do is basically each Avenger can just sit at +0. We don't have to mote up the Avengers. Because those ultimately get turned in to do the quest for the Fiery Defender. So I shouldn't say, you know, it doesn't really get turned into a Defender. it gets traded in for a defender. And the defenders will come in at +0. Presumably. And Charlize, hello. Also, we have Void. Good to have you with us tonight. Welcome back, everybody. And yeah, we'll have to make all those defenders, moat them up to +5, and then merge them. Though, you know, we can do that incrementally. You know, we... Oh, jeez. However many, you know... You know, every time we get a defender, we moat it to +5. We combine that, you know, we combine our +5s together into, you know, 6s and 7s, you know, and we just, you know, actively use whichever one is, enhancement haste 1 would be, if it worked on spells higher than level 20, that would be cool. We are super stunned. That's a lot of mobs right here. Yep. You know, or in the case of, you know, quest rewards, they start at +0, so you have to moat them from 0 to 5. And then, you know, but yeah, take 32 +5s and merge them, and you get a +10. And anything that you upgrade to +6 via moats, you know, a 6 is worth 2 5s. A 7 is worth 2 6s, etc. Oh, come on, hit the... Why can I not hit the mob? Hey, there we go. I am totally out of stamina, or endurance. Well, this is like half the zone right here. Because +4 zone aggro ranges are absolutely a thing, even with Greycon mobs. Yeah, having to get 32 Ghoulbanes is the single worst part of it. 32... 32 Soulfire hilts seems comparatively easy. Oh, yeah, God. 32 Eskia Decrepit Hides. Gross. At least there, you can do that in a raid while just grinding industrial amounts of motes. So, and getting your planar armor up to +10 at the same time. And there will. Oh, yeah, I mean, because let's see. Yeah, the next expansion. I mean, who knows what the second expansion would be? But if it, we should, total guess because the timeline's gonna be going off the rails. But like, if it were Velius, for example, then we'd be, looking at rolling straight into NTOV +4 and going for Palladius Axes of Slaughter. And Clutch Muffin 88, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here. What's the rarity of finding items above +4 in D4? Pretty uncommon. Like, +5s do happen, but if you drop a +5, consider it a bonus. Don't expect it. It's not mythically rare or anything, but definitely, definitely consider it a bonus, not the norm. It saved you a couple of motes, or it saved you a duplicate. Because just getting the item twice at +4 is the same as getting it once at +5, since you just fuse them. I could not tell you with any kind of statistical reality what the actual rate is, but it's pretty low. Yeah, you would. I mean, unless the item is itself unusually rare, I would expect to drop the +4 item twice, long before I drop it once as a +5. Mm-hmm. Like Blood Drinker in Live, yeah. Ran that mission 1,000 times and finally got one. Whoa. Oh, yeah, we really did basically pull the whole floor down on our head in one shot there. There really is, like, nothing left. Okay, except a couple of... There is at least a destroyer left over there. This Foe Seeker really wants to just go the long way and aggro half the zone, huh? Oh, my pet caught it. Real life here to get your Decrepit Hide back in 2000. I believe it. And it took me a full year to get my books off of Vox and Nag. So, yeah. Been there, done that. Got the t-shirt. Interestingly, actually, other than the books, the only loot I ever got off of Vox and Nag in that whole year, I got a res stick from Vox very early in the process. That was it. Never got a Cloak of Flames. Never got Gauntlets of Fiery Might. No RBB. No nothing. It is actually nice being able to just log in and get down to business to defeat the Huns. No, we are not. Well, we are unintentionally factioning. The main thing we're looking for is the Black Alloy Medallion because it has a mana preservation focus on it. And as far as I'm aware, it's the only way to get a mana preservation focus without doing the main attraction quest, which I just do not want to have to do. Though, oh yeah, this zone never got the named spawn rate buff. At least not yet. So we're still working on old world named spawn rates. And even then, the item is pretty rare, even amongst the drop tables of like Lord Pitclaw and whatnot. You know, if we would even get to see Lord Pitclaw in the first place, which I think we have now totally deleted the bottom floor of the dungeon here, and respawns are horrifically slow, so we're way better off just just grabbing another instance. Yeah, yeah, Lord Pitclaw, Battlelord Palak, and are the two named we would hope to see. Although the higher con trash mobs can drop it as well. Although probably very, very, very rarely. At least according to P99 Wiki, the high tier trash mobs have the capacity to drop it. What do we got here? Yep, the slay spells. Yep. Yep. Plus Lord and oh yeah, and Battle Wizard Unak. Yeah, we did see him in the first instance. He just didn't drop anything. Good mana ranged item. Yeah. Yeah. His Pearl Kedge Totem is primary, secondary only, right? You can't put it in the range slot, right? And, you know, speaking of mythically rare things... Oh. Hey, a Babs +3. That's nice. Yeah, secondary only. Okay, well, even worse. There we go. Got it. Off of a slay spell. Oh, and he also dropped a dark muslin tunic as well that we do not need. We will. All right, very good. There we go. Yeah, mana preservation. Yep, 10% mana preservation up to level 44. We'll absolutely take that. Add that to our Bloodstar pendant. Very nice. Yep, and focus only actually has to be +1. So, good enough. And Yaman, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here. And thinking Shadow Knight Shaman Wiz should be pretty good. I've seen a lot of people, by the way, running Necro with Shadow Knight. Basically the same idea as running Cleric with Paladin. Works really well because you get all the Shadow Knight tap bonuses. But you get to apply them to the big boy Necro taps. So you actually can heal yourself. Things back as most people do, where it'll kill grouping mentality. Well, you know, just play the way you want. So far, at least within beta, and admittedly, the population of beta is fairly small. But kind of actually, no, we'll get rid of this. On beta, most people, generally speaking, solo for XP, but group up for drops. So, and Zambuluong, hello. Hey, just found your streams on YouTube. Absolutely. I am. That's what I'm here for. By all means, pick my brain all you like. And make a grapple check to stick a tentacle in there, if you're so inclined. Let's. In the meantime, let us go ahead and ritual cast. Let's head to Guck. Let's get some levels. We can go to South Road quicker. Yeah, I think South Road is probably the either that or actually no. Let's go to let's do Ferrot. I think Ferrot's probably better. Few bits fell out of the air last time. Yep. We will be mindful of that. Legends could be 100% solo experience. Absolutely. I soloed from 1 to 50. did my did my first dragon solo. I have been able to solo every boss in the game up to this point, not necessarily on the highest difficulty, but I've been able to, well, I should say, other than like sky bosses, because the solo version of Plane of Sky is not on beta yet. But soloed Cazic Thule on the highest difficulty, both dragons, max difficulty. Inaruk on +2. I think I could probably do +3. Just gotta, get maybe a little lucky and maybe tighten up my gameplay on it a little bit. Crown of Hatred, not that I've seen. Oh, wait. Okay. So if you need a an Ultravision item, if it exists, I haven't seen it. Yep. And yeah, if you want to play truly dedicated solo, you would be well served by playing some kind of Holy Trinity setup of some kind of tank, some kind of healer, some kind of damage dealer, and ideally some combination of the above that synergizes with each other in some fashion. Yep. There are. You can. In fact, we're gonna go to Lower Guck here, and we're gonna get a personal instance of Lower Guck. And we're also gonna check on our good friend the Shin Lord on the way. SK Monk Shaman, totally respectable. Monk is very good. Shaman's really good. SK is really good. Yeah, we're gonna see. Nobody is in +4, so let's go to +4. See if our friend the Shin Lord is alive. Yeah, I am definitely sticking to my Paladin Cleric Berserker setup. Unless Shaman at 50 just totally blows me away. Which, I mean, I will absolutely keep an open mind. Maybe we'll do, I'm also curious to see how, like, Enchanter plays in that, in the caster role there, but SK Monk Bard should be very solid. Arcane Mastery just looks too good. Fair. Oh, there's a green con over here. Is there a named up? There is. There is a fungus mutant active. Hello, fungus mutant. Guck bracket mildew. I have no idea what that's used for. And Zambulong, thank you for that follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, what is the mildew? Oh, that's used for the Paw of Apollo. Okay. Alrighty. Well, if we wanted to make another Paw of Apollo, then alright. Oh, and that's for the copper ring. Okay. Oh. Alright, not that I need more Paws of Apollo or anything, but alright, that's cool. Oh, I see a light blue con. You know what that means. I mean, actually, it could be the shaman. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Dark blue con is either the Shin Lord or the shaman. It's the Shin Knight can actually spawn dark blue, huh? Color me surprised. All right, well, we'll do someone a solid here and kill the PH. And everything else. You have expansion and release times. First expansion will be Kunark near the end of the year. Yep, that soon. Though, keep in mind, it will be, quote, our Kunark. So do not necessarily expect the Kunark of your youth. And after that, expect the timeline to go off the rails. As I've said, I actually hope Kunark is as different as possible from vanilla, just to break people out of their preconceived notions. And remind them that they are actually playing a new game in an entirely alternate universe / timeline. Yeah, corpse summoning line just doesn't do anything. Resurrections right now all do the exact same thing, but resurrections will get you back into combat mid-fight. So it's more like mid-combat CPR than anything else. Nope, there is, oh, hey, the Froglock Priest is up. Oh, wait, it's the Summoner that you need for Hunter. Never mind. Nope, there is no XP loss on death. And no corpse runs. And you can opt to respawn at the sucker point of the zone you're in instead of getting kicked to your bind point if you so desire, though you can bounce back to bind if you want. Let's go. All right, we are not disabling NPC respawning. We will do on +2. Okay, and while this zone spins up, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. uh, yeah, when you die in Timorous Deep, you die for real. Do I have, I've got Instrument of Knife running. Got Frenzy up. Let's see here. Ba-bum. We have Pet. Let's hit Haste. I don't think we're... Yep. You know, there is a, you know, definitely a sense of tension, when you have to worry about corpse runs and everything else. That does, you know, add suspense to the game. That, yeah, and that does have value. Though even vanilla EQ dispensed with all that, in favor of corpse summoners in guild lobby. And so, unretrieve, and you know, and then you started respawning with all your gear, and you know, they just kind of kept ratcheting down the penalty incurred for death over time. And yeah, the bad old days of naked corpse runs and whatnot, I don't really miss them. You know, would you know, some element of risk just to create, you know, an added level of tension be nice? Yeah, probably. You know, like I would be on board for some level of tension like that. But do I want to do naked corpse runs at 3 in the morning? No. So a little bit of give and take there. And or even like just some XP loss, for example. Pull the pet back off, leave. Stupid pet. Yeah, also, you know, I deal with so much XP loss on Path of Exile. And I'll tell you, like, dying at, like, level 97 or 98 or 99 in Path of Exile hurts. It really hurts. Because that's a lot of playtime you just lost. So, yeah, I'm a little bit okay to just sit back and take it easy in that regard. Please feel free to brand me a filthy casual. And the fact that, you know, EQ1 also is so heavily dominated by people just, you know, hailing Hydra and playing, you know, a full 6-man team by themselves. You know, and I enjoyed some time on Quarm. Um, yeah, I have no interest in boxing. I never boxed on live in the 13 years that I played. I had my one account. That was it. If I wanted to solo, I actually soloed. And, I mean, actually, as a bleeding edge raid geared paladin, I mean, I could just solo XP all day long if I really wanted to. Because I could basically just riposte hordes of undead to death with Slay Undead. And, I was eating good. You know, Frostcrypt was my home for a very long time in that regard. Oh, yeah. Yeah, warrior soloing, yeah, just a cruel joke. And ding 34. Yeah, there's, yeah, just no way to do anything without a group as a warrior. Though even as an, you know, as one of the, you know, 3 best geared paladins in the world, you know, I could go out and grind undead for XP. I couldn't solo anything like of real value. It was just for mindless XP grinding. Replacing cleric with shaman. Hey, Dixa, I just for grinding's sake and to experiment with it. Just to see how well shaman performs in this setup as an alternative. You know, I am still operating under the assumption that you know, Pal, Claire, Zerk will be my main trio on launch, but you know, I will give shaman its fair shake. Plus, it's just an excuse to go grind more AAs, if nothing else. Zerk buffs are still coming soon. Trademark. You know, in the words of Yoshi P, please look forward to it. Voltano Shimini. Any feeding the mana drain from Smite, yeah, Puma, and Slow, yeah. There's a lot to like on Shaman. Also, if I can get an extra Dark Reaver or 2 for whoever might need it. Oh, hello, speaking of. Hello, Mr. Ghoul Cavalier. Good to see you. I think anybody who needed a Dark Reaver for the Burning Souls quest has gotten one by now, but, you know, if we drop an extra, so much the better. Yep. And I don't have to do a camp check or anything like that. I can just run around and kill things to my heart's content. We got some adamantite epaulets. Which, I mean, the first one of those that we got, we used very much back in the day. That one ghoul knight in the corner there, yeah, he is very pacified. All of his friends are, you know, all the cool kids are joining the fight, and he's just like, I don't need to give in to peer pressure. Yeah, see, yeah, this one ghoul knight here is just saying no to gang violence. Improved drop rates for some rare items. Secrets had mentioned something about, you know, fixing up some bottlenecks like Lord Grimrot, so that those don't become a problem on launch. So, you know, take that as you will. Whether that means boosted drop rates or boosted spawn rates or what have you. Likewise, I'm wondering if we'll see drop rate increases for any of the Sky quest items. Some of those are obscenely rare, like the Ivory Sky Diamond, for example, or the Bixie Sword. And the Bee Island already just sucks by default. Not the bees! And yeah, soon we'll all be able to actually group up. July 1st gets closer every day. Yeah, we're almost to 35 already. I know by like 37 we actually get some new spells that will actually really matter. Yeah, open beta will just be for funsies, since it'll get wiped at the end. Oh, hello there, Azol Ghoul Knight. You are getting Tagard. And we'll spin you around so the pet can poke you in the butt. 5.8% off that. Not bad. Oh, is that an Archmagus down there I see? Just a wizard. Oh, and we have... Let's see here. For AAs, what are we grabbing? Let's see here. I think we should... Oh, yeah, by the way, also, I don't think the details are public, but also warrior buffs coming soon, trademark. That look very good. Let's see. Oh, let's see. We did healing adept. We already have one rank of healing boon. Next rank costs 6 because it's three. It's a 369. Or we hit healing gift. Oh, we could also grab the unicorn. We could grab some mana regen. We need... or we grab some stun resistance. And maybe some adamant will wouldn't suck. Iron was already good. Yep. 7 a free preview to play around. Yep, where it doesn't matter. Yeah, just a nice chance to screw around, test things out, get a feel for the game. Yeah, no reason to be doing 12-hour camps for stuff on open beta. Let's see. Oh, you know, we could just take quick buff. We should, or honestly, we take the last rank of spellcasting reinforcement so that our buffs actually last a lot longer. You know what? Let's actually take that, and then we have 5 points left. And we'll sit on those 5 points. Pull the wizard with Tagars. Boop. Pet, stay back. More spell gems. You know what? We'll probably need more spell gems right around the time we get quick buff. Just so we can, because right now I have like 2 spell lists worth of buffs, and that's not even including shaman buffs. And there's 35. Rolling right along. Spell gems. I've got most of the ritual spells that matter. We could plug a couple extra levels onto Druid and Wizard just to get those last couple of port spells. But we have the important stuff. We're next shaman. Warclare Inch. I mean, both good choices. I mean, you know, Warrior succeeds at just having big numbers. Now, it won't feed your mana pool the way a Knight will, but it gives you about 20% more AC and HP, which makes a difference. I think that ain't nothing. On the other hand, you know, you know, hear me out. Warrior, Bard, Berserker. To just become Sanic. Gotta attack fast. Watching your hate rate on YouTube. Did you get the shield? Yes, I did. It's yep, Shield of the Immaculate, right there. It took a lot of runs to get it, but it did drop eventually. Also warms my heart to know people do actually watch the VODs. Oh, that one is 43. I can't. He's 42. Oh, this guy's 40. I can soothe him. I can root him. And pet, please don't be stupid. I mean, I know I'm asking a lot of the pet to not be stupid. Yeah, pet hold. Well, I could take pet discipline for 2 AAs. Oh, and with 6 points now, yeah, 2 points for companion discipline to learn pet hold. Then we could take another point of burst of power. That isn't really worth it. Take another rank of healing boon, which is actually quite good. Let's see. Yeah, quick damage we don't really need. Let's see. Mastery of the Past, actually useful because it just prevents fizzles entirely. Master of All lets you have extra specializations, which I only ever needed 1 rank of that, so healing gift, actually. You know what? Let's go ahead and just we can take 2 points of healing gift. Let's go ahead and just train. Yeah. Just do that. Oh, I see a redcon. Is there a frenzy up here, perhaps? Nope. No such luck. Yeah, PAL combos, war combos, sorts of enchanter combos. Yep, cleric, bard, zerk. Yeah, I mean, there's so many good choices. I mean, good news is leveling is generally smooth enough that, you know, you should be able to have as many classes to 50 before Kunark as you want. You know, just, you know, purely a question of how much time do you want to commit to XP grinding versus other tasks. Once we, you know, if/when we ever get the Ward of Tunare line, then Healing Gift gains a lot of power. Well, also, it's worth mentioning the Cleric's Echo line of heals is technically a heal over time spell, even though it only heals you for like 2 ticks by default. So it benefits off of healing boon for those ticks. The initial cast should go off of gift, so it utilizes all your healing AAs simultaneously. And Echo, and other than Promised Renewal, which is of course the best healing spell in the game, honestly, I think the Echo spells are the best heals. Other than that, because they are so fast. They cast in like 1.5 seconds or something. Yep. Yep, like spellcasting reinforcement gives you an extra tick. Because it's 2 ticks by default. And your first 1 or 2 ranks causes it to round up to the next tick. And level 36. You have any... Oops. Spells. Any, like, between 35 and 36, is there anything we need to prep? 35 was a bunch of buffs. 36, we get Spirit of Billy. That's actually useful. And Assiduous Vision, which we don't need. But Billy is a good buff. Let's see. Only beneficial. We do also have we have Cannibalize 1 also if we haven't needed it as of yet, but yeah, there's Billy. Yeah, so 54 minutes on that, and man, I love how the tooltips show all of the effects, including focus ranges. So we can see what the mana cost is going to be, what the cast time is going to be, what the duration is going to be. Track BPs. Those, yeah, I mean, the clicks in general, I mean, if those armor sets even still exist as, you know, in their old forms, you know, they were, you know, basically they were statless clickies. Though, you know, at least in the case of the paladin set, the armor class was really good. So, I mean, maybe they just get totally re-itemized from scratch. Imagine using Spellblade with Canny in a boss fight. Yeah, you suddenly do the squat dance. Way. Yeah, the chest and legs had stats. Yeah, the rest of the set didn't. Because chest and legs were raid drops. Everything else was just regular named throughout the world. Um, they'll also be way more available. Because, instead of having to do server-wide rotations on Track and Venral, you can just go do each of them 5 times in a row. Mallow makes a big difference. For the most part, it's fine. Also, casters have access to Overchannel, which adds an extra minus 150 to the resist check on all the spells. So, even slowing the Eye of Vishan is totally doable if you Tash it and Mallow it and Overchannel it. And Eye of Vishan is an extreme edge case, who is otherwise very hard to cast spells on. Yeah, casters might need some kind of AA or something to supplement Overchannel. I could actually very much see an AA or a whole series of AAs to boost the efficacy of stances and invocations. And I could also, maybe not first expansion, but maybe second, hell, why not first expansion? And down the road, to have a second stance and or second invocation running. Though admittedly, although it would probably have to be, a second thing other than balanced or recovery. Otherwise, you would just never turn that one off. So you can just always be in recovery mode while getting the benefits of the other thing. Oh, we kicked this thing for 529 damage. Very nice. 9 tier, to get your Pal Sword. I have it sitting at +5. Yep, it's sitting at +5. I have a you know what I ought to do? My pets is currently sitting at +0. We need to fix that. Because it gets about 3 damage per point. 3 lessers. There we go. Now the pet has a +5 also. I feel better now. Yeah, how many swords does it take to get to +5? It just takes a couple of motes, which are effectively free. Now, after +5, then it gets a little more challenging. Let's see. Oh, boy. Okay, no named up right now. We cannot, Alright. Oh, yeah, let's see, we will... actually, we're gonna pull him with root. Invert. Slow the other one. Slow the other one. Now he resisted. Oh, the other one... This one's closer to dead anyway, so whatever. And another ping. Yeah, to go from, it takes 32 copies of a +5 to get to +10. So, good luck. Now, there are other mechanisms to be added eventually to make adding extra bonuses to gear more plausible. They're not in-game. They've not been revealed yet, so can't say exactly. Pure speculation. Amphibicide, huzzah! For killing 1,000 frogs, huzzah! Fizzling the pet, because I don't have any conjuration skill. And ding 37. Yeah, moving right along. Hop to it. Do. Even if we're only getting +2 motes down here, that still helps. So we're gonna need a little endurance break here in a sec. Yeah, definitely need an endurance break. Oh, 37. I think we have a... is this the level we get our new pet spell, actually? 30... Oh boy, we get Divine Purpose at this level. And yes, we do. We get the Vigilant Spirit pet. Yeah, Venom of the Snake. Let's see. 33 damage initially and 200 per tick for 6 ticks. Not bad for the level, but yeah. Alright. Alright, Gontic, you can go take a break. You'll be replaced with your older brother. Yeah, let's see. Oh, 38, we finally get Yelp 2. Insidious. Oh, and we get Togors at 38. That's the big money. 39, we get Chloroplast, which is nice. Because that also has endurance regen on it. That'll be really nice, actually. Only has a 12 minute duration by default, though. Ugh. I mean, it's 18 minutes now, but still. Deafness. Furious Strength. Oh, we get the first of the shaman unique heals with Spirit Salve at 40. Okay. And another pet. Okay. Oh, no, that's just the relocate pet to your current location spell. Never mind. Also, Talisman of Altena at 40. Okay. New actual pet at 41. Okay. Holy Might at 42. We get all right. Alacrity at 42. Okay. Well, we're getting there. All right, Xenobtic. We're gonna have some haste. Spell window. Is there an option to show spells you haven't purchased or learned? Absolutely. Show unscribed up here. We'll switch it to the spells we have not actually scribed yet. In this case, just all the gem imbue spells that are for deities we don't have. You know, all the inferior deities who are not Erelisi. But if we switch this over to like Shadow Knight, then this is almost every Shadow Knight spell in the game because we never bought any of those because they're stinky. Versus if we show scribed, on Shadow Knight. This is either stuff that was auto-granted up to 10, or stuff they get as a hand-me-down from another class, like Spook the Dead, Endure, so on and so forth. You know, like the spells that everybody gets, like, you know, cancel magic and stuff. Yo, how's it going? Oh, just grinding away here. I'll be up your way in the morning. Gonna drop my dog off with my parents. Then head over. Celeste, they showed another player using Spellblade to cast all those enchant metal spells while at a practice dummy. That's kind of amusing. Yep, and Chip loves car rides, so he will enjoy riding back to York. And he resisted because of the stupid deer that decided to jump in front of my car the other week. You know, I've been driving a rental for a while and not allowed to have pets in the rental car, so I was not able to drive him around at all for a little while. So he had been kind of stuck in the house for, I mean, other than going on walks. So he will be very happy to get a nice long car ride. In other news, I hate deer so much it's unreal. No, it's fine. I mean, on the other hand, because the neighborhood is really nice, you know, we get to go on really nice walks around town, you know, 3 times a day. So, once first thing in the morning, once as soon as I get home from work, and once right before bed. So he's doing all right. Yeah, I think I told you this particular deer, the way it jumped over an embankment and over a guardrail, had I not slammed on the brakes, it would have probably landed on the hood of my car and probably ended up crashing through the glass. As it is, I slammed on the brakes, hit it at single-digit miles per hour, and, it still managed to cause $6,000 worth of damage. Ugh, sounds like a thing a deer would do. God, they're so stupid. And this particular encounter actually happened in the middle of a suburban area. That deer was very lost. Had the deer jumped over the embankment a few seconds sooner, it would have hit the car in front of me. And there's level 38. So we will put on Togors. Detrimental. Slow. Togors. Yes, please. Yay, now we have our big boy slow. New tune? Nope, just, kind of like 14, you get to play every class. So we are leveling shaman right now. The classes we have equipped are highlighted in yellow. And your other classes just get level synced down to the lowest level class you have equipped at the moment. But the nice thing is, we get to keep using all of our endgame gear, so we're basically playing on New Game Plus mode. And deer kill more North Americans than any other animal. Yeah, I have no doubt about that. Yeah, despite being mindless prey, they are beating out the alligators. Come on, alligators. Step it up. You guys are, apex predators who have had no reason to evolve in the last 60 to 100 million years because you were already the perfect killing machine. And you're losing to deer. Phantom D, hello, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. What for you do you think would level the fastest solo to cap? Probably Warrior Cleric Bard. Just because it's so steady. I mean, Paladin Cleric Zerk was pretty fast, but Warrior Cleric Bard is just like zero downtime for life. 14 hexa raids later. Yeah, I do definitely, always recommend people to, stop and smell the roses a little bit. Enjoy the journey. Although a lot of people have probably, enjoyed the journey, 8 or 10 or 30 times by now. And maybe they just want to get it over with. Or there's plenty of people who just enjoy the optimization aspect. Honestly, any of the 3 tanks plus, any of the healers plus Bard probably would be pretty close. Yeah, we had a little thunderstorm earlier. I think it kind of evaporated. 3 more Fuzz 0 feathers, still 250 fire. Based. See, I told you could do it. Didn't need to worry about assembling the perfect meta team or anything like that. All right, our good friend Hopter's here. We're going to get some endurance up before we pull the throne room here. Yeah, and taking a oh, all right, someone in the crew that shares his solos. Oh, that works too. Yeah, definitely worth taking a little quality of life break. Around 25 to 30. Swap over to Druid. If it's not in your default trio, level that up to about 25 or so, like 25, 27, something like that. Do the same thing with Wizard. Then you have all your basic fast travel spells unlocked. And yeah, it'll just be huge quality of life. In the, taking those classes from like 10 to 25, call it, 2-3 hours tops each. So, you get both of those from 10 to 25 in like one good play session. And then your fast travel quality of life stuff is just taken care of. All right, Hopter. Big sleigh. Warrior Monk for AE skills, totally valid. Yeah, you get like round kick. Cleave is really, really good. Yeah. I think Cleave only hits 3 targets. But in like most leveling scenarios, you're probably not deliberately pulling more than 3 mobs at a time anyway. Unless, you're playing on New Game Plus mode, leveling secondary classes. I think if you want to be AoE killing, you probably should just be, you should probably be a caster. Because then you'll be hitting 8 targets at once. Maybe stacking up rain nukes and stuff like that. Oh, we almost one-shot that frog right there. Yep, just keep in mind your earthquake procs are not going to be going off until 40. But by the time you're doing, like, you know, the deep end of Lower Guck or Sol B or the Hole or something. Ooh, 1648, very nice. And we're back up to 6 points. Let's take the last rank of healing gift. 214. Hey, we pinged 200 somewhere in the midst of all that. In the last, you know, hour or so. So that's cool. And we're going to ding 39 here on the, like, 1 or 2 more frogs. So, wow, we came in here at, what, 34? We're already about to hit 39? No. Again, granted, we're on New Game Plus. So we're doing way more efficient killing than we would, you know, as a freshly minted 30-something. Also, there we go. Also, man, I wish I was still a 30-something IRL. But yeah, absolutely, and, you know, Earthshakers are very common. Actually, when's our 3.5 days on Yale? Because we should... Actually, do we have a, I don't think we have an extra Earthshaker. I think I just got rid of all of them. Yeah, I don't have any extra Earthshaker procs. Oh, I'll get one next time Yale repops for me. And give it to the pet. Good, much more experience with Rogue yet. Pal Rogue. Backstab slays are a thing. SK Rogue, you're reliant entirely on proc luck, which I think is a bit of an ask. I think you'd have way better luck with SK Necro, because then you can just cast the spells and get the healing on demand. I don't know. I've seen at least one guy do Cazic +4 as a SK Necro Berserker. So clearly it is enough healing for 99% of content. And that's, and consider, most class AAs aren't even done yet. You only have a few basic class AAs in-game so far. Once, presumably, more class AAs get deployed, then, everybody, will be better at doing the thing they do. Like, SKs will get that much better at tapping and tap tanking and whatnot. And Phantom D, thanks for that follow. Welcome. Glad to have you here with us. Oh yeah, SK Necro Wizard have huge huge tap crits. And lots of them. Probably get more value running like Zerk in the last slot just for Zerk stance. So your melee damage is on point. But, either way, yeah. Lots of big nuke crits. Also, a reminder for anyone who's not aware, life taps on Legends do not double crit. So you can crit the nuke, and that will increase the damage, to match, or will increase the healing to match. But a life tap cannot heal for more than it dealt. So a healing gift does not work on a life tap the way it does on live. Sorry, Necro Clerics. Oh yeah, rogues do get a nice pile of effects with all their poisons. And backstab does a lot of damage. Rogues overall are eating good. Plus, hide sneak is always useful. And the fact that they can equip their poker in their any slot and have an actual real weapon with a real ratio in their main slot is also a huge benefit. I think the Afridi Warspear is currently the highest backstab damage weapon in the game. I think. Unless the Sky Quest weapon beats it out. Make poison? Nope. You do not have to make your poisons. They are just disciplines. They're basically just toggle buffs. So you don't have to worry about that, which also means they are not consumable. They're just abilities that you toggle on and off, because they don't all stack with each other. The like the pure damage ones stack with each other, but the utility ones like the debuffs do not. So you toggle basically all your damage ones on. But you have to pick which of the utility ones you want to toggle on. They're actually... Rogue Poisons are actually the only abilities in the game that are currently classified as disciplines. Also, a couple of fixes for like taps and SK abilities and stuff are due on the horizon. So if something's not working now, it will probably be working soon. Trademark. So please look forward to it. Also, tangentially related to make poison, by the way, alchemy is no longer class restricted. Everybody can do alchemy. You do not have to have shaman equipped at the moment to do alchemy. It is just a regular trade skill. I don't think tinkering is in the game yet. I don't think. Hello, Archmagus. The Empiric and Banshee. Yeah, Soulibration is, I want to say, going through some fixes and iterations and whatnot. So hang tight on that one. Yeah. Please look forward to it. Trademark. And silver silk leggings. Yeah, Class AAs in general are going through some iterations. So, yeah. Yep. There are Class AAs that are, that have been designed and just not deployed yet, so... Yep. Soon, trademark. Focusing on trade skill out the gate. I mean, I'm not the person to talk to about trade skills because I just don't care about trade skills in the first place. I never liked trade skills. Also, through most of live, I just never had the kind of money needed to get trade skills to anywhere useful. I leveled smithing up enough to make my Seru Bane weapon, and that was it. I never even did the Coldane Shawl quest very far because it just got obnoxious. But jewel craft will definitely have some value because old world jewelry is bad for the most part. I mean, I've got my earring of bashing over here, which you need warrior, shadow knight, shaman, beast lord, or berserker to equip. Drops off of Enaruk, and I want to say is kind of lower on the is I want to say is one of his rarer-ish drops, or at least less common than some of his other stuff. That is the only like planar earring in the game. Other than like a druid planar sky quest earring, and maybe I want to say there's a cleric sky quest earring, but I think it's more of a clicky than anything else. And other than that, there's Evander's hoop. From turning in rubies to Lanuga. There's the Diamondine earring from Mistmoor. That's it for earrings in the game, basically. And for rings, the only late game earrings are the Ring of Pure Blood and the Engineer's Ring, both from Enaruk. And that there's just no competition for those slots other than like jewel crafting. So I think there is a place for jewel crafting. Smithing is probably gonna be dependent on, or is gonna be waiting for like cultural stuff in the future, because you know anybody can just go to Befallen and get armor way better than banded. Yeah, trade skilling is much faster. Also, you get a skill up on a thing pretty much anytime you do an action that uses that skill. You have an almost 100% skill up rate. So you're, you only have to do, about 200 combines to get to 200 skill, and you can hit one button to mass repeat a particular combine, basically, to just do the combine over and over until you run out of components. So you can just buy the components for a particular like alchemy recipe, buy 100 of each component, or baking recipe or brewing recipe, hit mass combine and just automate it, and it'll go 100 times. So the process of skilling it up is much easier. Plus, you also have the your known your recipes. You can just search your known recipes. It'll kind of fill in a template, ding 40, and if you have the items, it'll just pull the components out of your inventory and trade skill depot. And wow, the sky just broke open and it is now raining sideways. Deafness, Dex, Furious Strength. Oh boy, the better blind, Talisman, Spirit. All right, we have Spirit Salve, which is 446. So let's heals. Wow, there has not been an upgrade to Rancor yet, which, I mean, because why would you ever cast it, right? Because it's because it's torpor, right? So, you slow somebody for a very mediocre HOD. It's dumb. But we do have access to Spirit Salve now, so that's cool. Yeah, 181 mana by default on a 3.5 second cast time for 450 HP. Versus 115 mana on a 3 second cast time for 350 on greater healing. So, nice little like bridge between greater and superior. We get a better pet also. Oh, no, wait, we don't. That's 41. 41, we get the better pet. Derp. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Trade skilling, much less sweaty than it used to be. Oh, he resisted? Of course he did. There we go. Maxing baking for dragon steaks? Yep. I think you mentioned that the other night. One said they got a full set of +5 banded for about 200 plat in a half hour. That was a lot of... Ooh. That thunder was very close. Yeah, if the stream dips out, you know what happened. Means I'm sitting in the dark. Though, just to make it clear, though, this gun's for hire, even if we're just dancing in the dark. Which, by the way, if anybody never actually like listened to that song, "Dancing in the Dark," by Bruce Springsteen, saying "this gun's for hire," even if we're just dancing in the dark. What he's saying is that that's a very polite old timey way of saying that he is DTF. He's saying that he is on board for a hookup if that's all you want. Yeah, there's always more quests to do, more stuff to get. You can always just farm more motes. You can always and more AAs. Is your planar armor plus 10? No, we'll get back in the trenches. That said, I think it is a totally valid strategy to leave a class or 2 or 3 or whatever at a low level, just so you can grind them up for extremely easy AAs, basically as an extra AA bank. After the expansion drops, so you can quickly buy up the new stuff. You're like, haha, everybody else is going to Carnors to grind to 60. Nope, back to Befallen. Personal instances of Carnors will be so fun. Also, man, I really need an Idol of the Underking. Would be so nice. Oh yeah, Veneral Sathier, with that life tap. I mean, it's the same thing, yeah. So, it's the actually, no wait, Veneral's is stronger. Veneral's is 1500. Veneral has the same proc that Miragul has for the Paladin epic fight. So, thankfully, Mage Hunter exists. Man, I remember seeing even like very well geared tanks just evaporate in front of Veneral because the taps do so much damage. Yeah, at the very least, the solo version will need to have his proc rate brought down quite a bit. He doesn't have much HP. If you have the ability to resist his taps, he's actually really easy. And I was actually able to straight up resist like 1 or 2 of Miragul's taps once in a while, or at least mitigate them a bit. They have like a minus 150 or minus 200 resist check. But so you're not going to resist it much, but with a lot of magic resist gear, because I'm sitting on 183 magic resist unbuffed. Fully buffed, yeah, I could get a I could mitigate them a bit, and Mage Hunter just cuts it in half, so that solves the problem. You know, my solution to pre-nerf Maestro was to actually just go Berserker stance and outburn him. With the soloable content, drop rates might frustrate some players. Fortunately, you know, being able to do like 5 Venerals and 5 Trakanons every week should solve a lot of the problems. Plus, you know, everybody is getting their own drops. So you go in with 8 people. You know, everybody gets... Does Veneral drop, what, 2 pairs of pants per kill in vanilla? You know, so 1 or 2, whatever it is. But, you know, presumably they'll still be tradable. So people in the group can pass them around as... so everybody can hopefully get at least 1 copy of what they want. You tagged me in the Dick Sword. Okay, what you got for me? Please, God. Okay. That. Wait, is that what you tagged me about? Oh. Real life 80s Ninja Turtles pizzeria. Huh. Okay, that's cool. Alright, you'll be... Okay. Okay, well, it'll be, by the way, I'll probably be down, I'll be down in York, probably, like, noon at the earliest, because it is, like, a 3-hour drive. And I gotta, drop the dog off at my parents' house, which is over by, actually, basically in walking distance of Ryan's parents' house. Gonna try to get up a little earlier than usual and get on the road a little earlier. I don't know how realistic that'll end up being. At least, and also for other drop rates, you know, at least some, like they were mentioned about, as we were saying earlier, about the bottlenecks with things like Lord Grimrot. So I think some of those really bad dad camps are probably going to get toned down a good bit. Maybe. You know, maybe Shin Lord will get his drop rate buffed to like 100%. That would sure be nice. Yeah, and he can't, he's stuck out on the road somewhere. Yes, sad gay. Also, just a thought. Wonder, first thing I'm gonna do, as soon as servers come up on Kunark Day, will be go turn in as many fiery defenders as physically possible. Second thing I do will be, I want to see if I can solo Veneral at level 50. I suspect I probably can. Oh, and we're going to hit 41 here momentarily. Not off these two ghouls, but off the next pack in the adjacent room. We're just cruising right along here. It's only 8:39. What do we? How long have we been online today? We have only been online for just about 3.5 hours. What else does the class add to your trio? Triple attack, which, triple attack skill caps are pretty low right now, so that's not a huge addition, but, it is a thing. It is a feature that we will grow into. It adds Blood Rune, which is where we're getting these runes right here. Adds a nice bunch of melee crit chance from Unbound Fury, which is just 6% extra melee crit chance above and beyond whatever Combat Fury gives us, which is 5%. So it more than doubles our crit chance. Takes us from 5 up to 11. And class AAs are just not done yet. So right now the only class AAs that it gives us are trash, but the whole class AA tab is very much a work in progress right now. So oh yeah, it also gives us burst of power for flurry, which again currently has very low value because it activates off of triple attacks, and triple attacks skill cap is very low. Third attack, low. I'd have to go find some parse data to answer that, but low. Though it also gets us a Berserker also gets us a better double attack skill cap and gets us double attack sooner. Oh, the Brigandine Tunic. That's actually actually quite good for the level you can get it at. It's a nice chunk of strength and stamina for the level. Wish I had a use for it, but I don't. So, in the immortal words of Strongbad, deleted. 1,099 damage on that sleigh. Very nice. But yeah, also Berserker Stance is just so good. I mean, doubling your attack rate, which, it's 100% more haste, to use some Path of Exile terminology. So, 100% multiplicative with your other haste. And since abilities like Bash, Kick, and Smite have their cooldowns scaled with your haste, it cuts the cooldown on all of those abilities in half. Which, especially with the context of Smite and Reave on the Knights, is a lot of extra damage. Also, a lot of chance to blow up your mana bar. Berserker Stance is also way, way more endurance friendly. Offensive Stance deletes your endurance bar. In fact, here I'll switch to offensive stance just to kind of demonstrate. Yeah, because all that extra damage just gets charged straight to your endurance bar. So yeah, you hit really hard, which is great for dopamine for seeing, you know, gigantic slay undead numbers. But it also demolishes your endurance bar. Whereas Berserk Stance does not have that problem. Now, Berserk Stance does spend some of your own health. But yeah, I mean, just watch my endurance bar dropping precipitously. We burn, 12% in the span of a blue con ghoul. 2 ghouls and we're down to 80% already. And we're not killing any faster compared to Berserker Stance. Yeah, we've already blown up 40% of our bar. You know, offensive is available to everybody. So, being just a general ability, it's not as good as a class feature, which makes sense. You know, Berserker Stance is really the iconic ability of the class. So it makes the class mean anything. Though Berserker does, you do inflict some self-damage. Which I'll swap to the other chat bar here. You can see, it's not a lot of damage. You know, you hurt yourself for 4, for 2, for 4, for 2, 5, 1, 3. It's not a lot, but it does add up. Though when you are a cleric also, then, or you at least have a cleric in your party, then you have access to Blessing of the Lord Commander, and that basically cancels that self-damage out. But you take this self-damage, you're spending health as a resource instead of purely spending endurance. So that cost gets offset, and yeah, it becomes much more endurance friendly as a result. Do I have any other spells at 41 that I need to worry about? Agility, whoop-de-doo. Nope, just that. Yeah, we get Blast of Poison as a nuke. It's a pretty reasonably efficient nuke. But like no new haste until we get Ethereal Cleansing. Oh yeah, we get the next Torpor at 44 finally. Oh boy. We get Valor of Mar at 44. That basically solves our haste problem, honestly. I have Frenzied Spirit at 45. Rage finally at 45. So 45 is a big level. Oh, there's the fire alarm. Alacrity. All right, we get another haste buff at 42. So, okay. Yeah, Shaman have anything to mitigate that? We get like, when did we get Chloroplast, by the way? What? We should be casting Chloroplast. That's at least some regen, and it's endurance regen, so, we should at least be casting that. You know what? I'm not ever going to be casting Root anytime soon. Is that a duration? It should be a regen, yeah. I'll put Chloroplast up. It's something. At the very least, it is endurance regen. That has value. Yeah, you can see the damage we do to ourselves. And you can remember, Blessing of the Lord Commander is 6 health per hit, so it just completely cancels out the self damage. Becomes completely free. Squid997, yes, good evening. How goes the hunt? Very well. We've leveled up our shaman to 41 already. So this has just been grinding very, very smoothly. Yeah. Yeah. Gut grinding is just so smooth and easy. Oh, what is the faster haste pally's self? Between alacrity, I'd have to see how much alacrity gives because I'm not sure. I know Valor Amar is 25%, and it's a self buff, so it's permanent, which is valuable. I want to say alacrity is faster by a small bit. What strategy to level up your fiery avenger? Just motes, because up to 5 is easy. If I wanted to go past 5, then I would have to start looking at repeating the quest multiple times. I could raise it to +6 right now. I have the motes for that. How many soul fires to carry as backup? Fortunately, I don't have to carry backup soul fires because you can pull the click out as an exaltation. I have a bunch of extra glowing sword hilts from Zacatl, so if I want to make more soul fires, I can. It would be very easy to do. I could make like 4 or 5 soul fires kind of on demand. Even on live, I don't really... well, depending on what the moat situation looks like, I don't necessarily see myself on live, or on full, on launch, I mean. Real EQL. I don't see myself taking my Fiery Avenger much past 5, maybe 6, if, you know, depending on how, you know, if moats get buffed or become more available or whatever. But I will be, because I'll be questing up, you know, several backpacks full of Fiery Avengers, yeah, in order to mass produce Fiery Defenders. So I'll have like one plussed up Avenger that's been pumped full of moats, or if these other mechanics that will eventually be added to add bonuses to items, you know, depending on how those work, I would certainly apply those to my main Fiery Avenger first. Also, FF buff on a 3-day, 3-stream streak. GG. Well, how's it going? Filling in that that battle pass, as it were. Got to do those dailies. There we go. 6 A's. I have no idea what I want to do with those. Shaman feeling? Well, when we were in Mistmore, it felt a little bad. Because admittedly, we were really pushing the envelope. You know, we were trying to go hard in the paint, and Mistmore on +4 was rough, just because it's so easy to train yourself with 6 or 8 or 10 mobs at once in there. So, and we were also at a level where we didn't quite have, like, the real spells yet. Like, as soon as we got Tagar's Insects, everything felt better. Compared to just using Walking Sleep. Then, yeah, we come down here into Guck. And admittedly, we're only grinding on, like, on +2. We could easily bump this up to +4 and just demolish it for moats. Which, you know, not a bad idea. Because we always need more moats. So yeah, now it feels good. Now we're cruising on these frogs. You know, mob layout in Lower Guck is so much more manageable than Mistmore. You know, there's a couple of rooms that are a little sketchy, like the Executioner room has a lot of mobs in it, but they're easy to pacify and easy to either single pull or at least reduce the crowd down to like 2. So much more manageable. Enemies are also comparatively a lot less tanky compared to like the gargoyles in Mistmore. Also helps that we're just fighting 100% undead down here. So, you know, we're just slaying the crap out of them. Mistmore was stuck in daytime mode, so none of the mobs were undead. Plus, yeah, now we're getting into our big boy spells like Togor's insects and whatnot. So we actually have a functioning toolkit. Oh, this will be the last time we cast Quickness, because we're about to replace it. We will ding in this room. Hello, a bloodthirsty ghoul. Thank you for being a yellow con still. I'm gonna go to 4. I have a... Ooh. Got a 45. Oh, that actually... that is not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, let me, yeah, we ding 42. And, you know what, let me just ding this 1A. Let me kill, like, one more mob and ding this AA. Then, yeah, let me make sure my... Yeah, okay, yeah, we've been in here for more than an hour. Yeah, we can totally... Yeah, if you want to roll down this way, we could totally do that. We will run absolutely ripshot over this place. Alright, there's the ding. I will quit expedition. It'll... And... There we go. I see you are over in the hole currently. Do you need a gather party, or can you port yourself over in some fashion? You port and run? Okay, cool. Alright, I'm waiting for the old instance to kick me out. Yeah, it'll put me at the sucker point, so it'll be fine, yeah. Alright, and I'm gonna just run to the bathroom here real quick. I'll be right back. So we got a quick moment here to chill. And let's see, any other... oh yeah, we could also put up Holy Might at this point if we feel like it, which I don't. Odium, stamina. Oh, we finally get Calm at 43. Blizzard Blast. Yeah, Dismiss. Yeah. Puma at 50, that's, yeah. Also, Spirit Quickening at 50. Good old Flame of Light. Love to see it. Also worth noting that yeah, Divine Aura is specifically exempt from duration increases. Okay, I see Anraka. I see you just zoned in. Personal instance. Not as a solo, though. But on +4. Personal. Pick as a group. +4. Respawns are on. Okay. Oh, yeah, and Illustrious Weapons on Grand Blue Fantasy get their big uncap in about 7 hours. So that's a thing. A thing for which my body is not ready. I didn't port you in. Can you click the difficulty thing and and get ported in? Because yeah, it is a 4-person instance. You're in the DZ. Or if you zone out to Upper Guck and zone back, will it pop you into the instance? Yeah, or yeah, if you click on the pick button, does it give you an option to like join the instance or anything? Otherwise, I could always just hit gather party and that should pop you in. All right. I'm gonna start running down to the good part of the zone. So if we have to hit gather party, we'll at least already be in position. Yeah, DZ add doesn't work because you're already in the instance. I will gather as soon as I'm out of combat here. All right, gather party going out. There you go. There we go. Huzzah. Go ahead and hit recovery for now. And delicious bone chips. Oh. A large plate girdle. Oh boy. Hey, get back here. all these light blue small fry here. There we go. All right. Still some small fry. But, you know, even on, yeah, +4 with 2 people, yeah, we can zoom pretty hard. XP does get divided between party members, but that's okay. If we're getting fat stacks of motes, then it's okay if the XP, you know, slows down a bit. Plus, you know, we're also killing however faster than we would be individually. You know. There we go. There's some motes. There's a +5. Heal the Doge. Oh yeah, with both of us here, yeah, these absolute jabronis just get demolished. Oh, hello, Frenzy. Nice Soulfire PR right there. We pop the pet. The fact that the pet just, you know, pops into existence and immediately has all of his gear ready, you know, makes it so much easier to replace a pet on the fly. Oh boy, a moonstone ring. Just what we needed. And Sentinel PH again. Oh, I need to hop back to balance stance for a bit. I am my chloroplast is running out. Probably ought to give him a chloroplast also. Very useful. And let's also haste the Doge. Another AA coming up here in a moment. Actually, off of, I mean, not this mob, but very soon. Oh. My Doge died again. Alright, well, let's fix the... Alright. It's okay. There we go. 8 AAs. And... Alright, we got enough, should be enough endurance for now. Also, yeah, all the plat from all the fine steel weapons adds up really fast. You know, in the time it takes you to grind out a couple of levels down here, you'll easily walk away with, you know, a couple thousand platinum. With nary a trip to the vendor in sight. Thank God for autosell. Flashbangs from knife procs. You love to see it. Nice 558 kick right there. Very nice. Got 0 heals. Mm-hmm. 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 Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on your health bar. Where's the... Where is it? Oh, there it is. Though, I am absolutely gonna have to met up here for a sec. Oh, jeez. Ah, that's bad. Did not expect this guy to pull the whole room. I have no mana. I got nothing. There we go. We have and have nope. Got no. Good, good time for a crit heal there, I think. There we go. Definitely need a med for a sec after that. Exactly. We gotta do it for the content. Must bow in reverence to almighty algorithm Sama. Let's see. 8 A's to spend. Pick up an extra rank of Adamant Will. Actually. Pick up another rank of Healing Boon. Yeah, there we go. 9 points for the last rank. As expected. Alright. Alright, looking good. Alright. Gotta go run down the hallway here, find some repops. Killing fast enough that we'll... Came back right when it was exciting. Excellent. Archie Lady, yeah, welcome back. Yeah, very good timing on your part. Had to actually swap into defensive stance there and pray for ticks of mana to let me cast a heal. Ooh. That's fresh pet. Oh, and we have completed elementary. Huzzah. For killing, what is that, 100 elementals or something? Yep. 100 elementals. Huzzah. Alright. Jam Man. You like to see a kitty cat? Also. Of course, I always want to see cats. Aw, that's a good cat. That's a very nice cat. Not your cat. Okay, well, it's still a very nice cat. I actually met a very nice orange cat today. I'm not sure if he was a stray or if he belonged to someone, but he sure seemed like he wanted to come home with me. There's a couple strays around the neighborhood here, but they're all very shy and antisocial and skittish. Yeah, this orange cat, I think, was either was someone's or was at least getting fed by someone, because he was very, very friendly and very docile. Even water with some ice. Oh, that's very nice. And we're gonna ding 43 real soon here. Cat's name is Thomasina. My the neighbor, and she's in the yard. Cream color one named Claudia. Yeah, as they don't get along. I will, oh, and ding 43. You're just rolling right along here. Let's see here. Oh, that's a nice white cat. That's a good action shot too. And remember, it doesn't have to be Saturday to be Catterday. Yeah. Aww. Little avocado box to hang out in. Aww. And Minion, greetings. How's it going? We're grinding away. No, farming Ghoulbanes. Nope, just grinding XP. And it's Fire Week. Yeah, yeah, time to grind Iracanes. Yeah. Hopefully, just in time for Guild Wars. And I was very happy to, land Christmas Whamdus on the most recent scam gacha. That should hopefully come in handy. Choose Ogre and slot Berserker into primary. And pick Paladin Claire. Am I gonna struggle survival due to small mana pool? You'd probably be fine. With all the extra boosted stats, you'll have a lot more HP also. So you'll have that going for you. Mana pool will suck for a while. And unfortunately, most of the big, early to mid game wisdom items are primary, secondary slot. So yeah, you're gonna have fewer heals available than, human or elf equivalents. But yeah, you'll have that much more HP to balance it. So, a little give and take. Just be mindful of your mana bar. How is it feeling compared to the cleric? I mean, now we're playing on New Game Plus with all of our cracked out planar gear and whatnot, so it is not a completely fair comparison. But overall, once we got like Tagar's insects, it feels pretty good. Prior to Tagar's insects, felt pretty bad. Admittedly, we were doing disproportionately hard content back then, really pushing the envelope. Um, Now we're in a comparatively comfy grind. Ah. Konarab, you dumb doge. At least for now, yeah. Um, like Togor's lands most of the time on the first try. 2 tries at the worst. Oh, we have calm. We have actual calm now. Oh, dang it. Just skip Divine Generals and should finish 20 boxes on that. And then should just, yeah, read the story because it does have a lot of use, a lot of good lore in it. Yeah, no SSR ticket, unfortunately. It might be more like damage per minute, but hypothetically, yes. It is actually pretty well geared up. Kekken slashes for 116, so yeah, it's granted it's swinging a fiery Avenger. So it's a little bit, over geared for its level. And it does all, and shaman pets do also cast slow because they are beast lords. So they got that going for them. It's not as good a slow as what the shaman himself casts. But it's also automated. There we go. We got Hopter slowed. Hello, evening pork rind and past tense. Yeah. We are leveling shaman right now. It is at 43. Yeah, we're cruising through Elguck +4 here. Nice duo going on. Yeah, I have heard that dual wielding just mogs two-handers, and even while putting a few levels into monk and whatnot, I've been sticking with my fiery avenger, purely for style points, if nothing else. Oops. There is a lot of value in Fashion Quest. As ZZ Top famously said, every girl's crazy about a sharp-dressed man. I mean, 50 was SK Rogue Shaman. Oh, there you go. Oh, that's the Beast Lord Warder for frogs. Yep. And did you like that little LOH right there? It was pretty well timed, I think. Best to unlock dual wielding on, probably monk. Either monk or warrior. time is it? Almost 10. Okay. Chippy. Just thinking, yeah, Monk really does bring a lot to the table. Dual wield right out of the gate from level 1. All the punch and kick skills. It brings some much needed utility. On-demand feign death. Mend. All the very high evasion skill caps. AC bonus if you can handle the... if you can meet the weight requirement. Are we actually like outrunning respawns a little bit? Are we killing a little bit too efficiently? No, there they are. It's 10 o'clock. The hole be faster? Maybe. On the other hand, we wouldn't be doing the hole at +4 for moats. Part of the goal was to get moats. So I actually kind of want to try Ghost Tower in the hole maybe next session. See how good or not that is. Yep, or yeah, I mean, better moats drop in higher difficulties. You'll get +1s and maybe +2s in default. Whereas you go to +4, and you'll be dropping 4s and 5s. Hmm. 59. Can we get... Wondering if we can make... I don't want to be up too much longer, because I do have to get up really early in the morning. And, I gotta wake up, drive about 3 hours out of town, do a thing for a couple hours, and then drive home for 3 hours. So, if, we'll be streaming late tomorrow. Not sure when exactly. Well, you know, we'll find out when we get there. You know, that's what notifications are for, after all. Stun resistant give you complete immunity to frontal stuns. When maxed, if you're a tank, maxed out gives you just immunity to melee stuns, period. Regardless of direction. 3-hour drive is nothing for me. I'm used to driving, you know, 40+ hours across the U.S., you know, coast to coast in the span of like 3 days. Oh, that was ping 225 right there. And landed on the first try. Yeah, fortunately, motion sickness is not a problem I have ever had. You know, I once drove from Midland, Odessa, Texas, to San Diego in one shot, in one day. By the way, that's about a 17-hour drive. It was not fun. Yeah, I would like to try to ding 44 tonight. I'm at 70% XP into the level. But yeah, I think hitting 44 would be a good. If your vehicle weighs in and above 2.8 metric tons, you're only allowed to drive 9 hours per day with 45. Okay, so anything above 2.8 tons, you follow commercial hours of service. Oh, come on. In the U.S., for a vehicle to be considered a commercial vehicle, it has to weigh more than 25,000 pounds. Or be more than a certain length. But even then, if you're not driving for commercial purposes, then there are really no rules for hours of service. On the other hand, if you're driving a tractor trailer, there are very, very strict rules regarding logging your hours that you're operating the truck and the hours in which you're allowed to do so. And mandatory breaks and sleep time and all that. I do not drive a truck. Nope. uh, no, I just drive around in my sedan. And Keston TV with 113 raiders. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, come on in, grab a seat. We're killing frogs. Getting my shaman leveled up here. My Nissan Saddam. Soulfire. Oh, actually, it's a Fiery Avenger. And actually pretty easy, as a matter of fact. In fact, I did a whole video guide over on the YouTube channel about getting the Soulfire and Fiery Avenger, including how to do all the faction work, which is shockingly easy on Legends. So yeah, there's my Fiery Avenger +5. But yes, it is quite lovely. I was talking earlier about how one of my big plans for actual full release, giggity, is to stockpile as many Fiery Avengers as possible so that I can turn them in for Fiery Defenders as fast as possible once Kunark drops. You know, so to make enough Fiery Defenders, I only need 32 Fiery Avengers. So I can make 32 Defenders, moat them up to +5, and combine them into a +10. Yeah, just spawn camping Lucan for days on end. Well, being able to spawn a personal instance every hour means, yeah, we can kill a Lucan every hour, plus however fast he respawns in open world. Link to the YouTube video. I will actually just link you the content. Copy link address. I mean, I'll just link you the channel there. Got a bunch of VODs from here posted on there. As well as the full Fiery Avenger guide. And yeah, it's because factioning is a lot easier. That's a big part of it. Because you get to do 5 Voxes and 5 Nagafens each per week, that removes one of the big bottlenecks. Because you can have your own personal instance of Upper Guck to farm, or at least camp, and hope camp at all Ghoulbane. You know, that also removes a major bottleneck. Shaman was a bit of a late bloomer, because it took a little while for the first real slow to come online. But once we got there, grinding XP, at least here in Guck, feels good. And admittedly, we're playing on New Game Plus mode with, you know, all of our, like, maxed out planar gear. You know, pretty much best in slot or very nearly so on every slot. Loving my Shield of the Stalwart Seas +7, by the way. So, you know, not necessarily an accurate depiction of the class, but, you know, it's doing this well enough. So, not that shield was, yep, actually, all racial restrictions on equipment are gone. Because, yes, it used to be erudite only. In fact, pretty much everything Inaruk drops used to be race specific and no longer is. Although, I mean, obviously, shield comes from Maestro, not Inaruk, but, the point stands. But, Leatherfoot sandals were, halflings. Engineer's rings were for gnomes. Pure blood rings were for high elves, etc. So... So, Sakagami Mai, good evening. Welcome, welcome. Well as, yeah, all the raiders. See, Scotty, I see you in there. Squats the Goblin. Blue Steel Wheels. Rubaz. Keldare. Keston TV, yourself. Yeah, good evening to all of you and everybody else lurking. I'll see a good thing that those Inaruk drops are no longer race restricted because that represents basically all of the endgame jewelry in the game. Interesting that there was nothing on Inaruk's loot table for humans. And ding 44, very nice. Do I have any, I have a lot of stuff locked out right now. Inaruk's locked out for 4 days. Yale's locked out for 4 days. Actually, Inaruk's out for 5 days. Yale's out for 4 days. I still have not gotten an Idol of the Underking from Yale. I think Vox and Nagafen are only locked out on D4s. I don't really need Vox and Nagafen at this point, though. Where are we gonna... Oh, yeah, if you have an Idol of the Underking you're not using, yeah, I could actually use one. 15 or 20 Yales down and 0 idols so far. Oh, you get them from the named rat. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh, thank you so much. Alrighty. Where is it? Oh, yeah, we picked up a black alloy medallion earlier for the mana efficiency focus. And, yes, Idol of the Underking. We need to just deposit all. Infinitesimal. Pull one of these out. Miners. We'll just use... sorry, we only need +1. Alright. And we can put that on our sword, can't we? Yes. Yes, we can. Because we don't actually need the stringed instrument. Inventory. Keyrings. Augments. There we go. Yeehaw. I mean, we could also put it on our like shield, but I like it on the Fiery Avenger. Oh, he's back up. Summon a new Doge, who is also using a Fiery Avenger, by the way. Our You have a, for our pet inventory, a Fiery Avenger, RBB, Indicolite, Breastplate, Greaves, Arms. We also have some Gauntlets and a Dark Brood Mask in there for the pet if we are on a kit where it gets 2 more slots. So I'm thinking, next, yeah, when Innerok repops, we'll give Innerok +4 another try on solo. See if we can pull that off yet. Ooh, there's a lot of mobs here. Ah, they're all small fry. No big deal. Let's see. 26. Do I have any, oh yeah, I gotta get 3 more points to take the last rank of healing boon. Also, I'm pretty sure Shield of the Stalwart Seas is the highest AC item in the game. Or, because wait, at +7 it's 59. +5, yeah, because it just barely beats out the Indico Light Breastplate. Just barely, by like 2 points or something. So, warriors, eat your heart out. Yeah, for anybody, for all y'all new here, my usual trio is Paladin, Berserker, Cleric. That was my first and currently only 50. We'll have Shaman to 50, you know, tomorrow or the next day. Do some proper compare and contrast. Definitely want to try taking Shaman up to, like, Interrupt +2. And see if it's easier or harder than doing it with Cleric. Because with Cleric, it's pretty simple. You just chain PR on cooldown, basically, and burn him down. He is just a spindly wizard after all. And he spends most of his time trying to cast Immobilize, like so many caster NPCs do. Although, sometimes he gets, sometimes he just, like, gets in a mood, and he really just comes out swinging with, like, Markar's Clash and Mana Detonation. And that can actually be a little scary. Alright, you're gonna head out? Alrighty. Absolutely. Yep. Thanks for coming. Alright, let's see if he's heading out. What's our... I think our timer on solo instances is good. So, you know what? Why don't we go... Let's see. What do we have? We haven't... We've got like a Cazic fool we need to kill. Yeah, doing some like Cazic +4. Does that sound fun? I think I don't have Cazic on lockout. Alright, he logged out. We'll go ahead and disband the group. And yeah, we're also in yeah, let's just go ahead and port to Firot. Yeah, we'll switch to cleric necessarily. Obviously, we can't bring shaman into Plane of Fear yet. Okay, swap. Okay. And we're going to need to go to our keyrings. Oh, not achievements. Keyrings. Augments. Yeah, Idol of the Ender King. Place that. Place that. Alright. That does have our Fishbone Hoop. We got our Ethereal Mist helmet on now. And our Ethereal Mist Greaves. Got that on. All the rest of our gear should be correct. And so let's see. We can also pick up the Divine Aura AA. That's actually useful. And then Bestow Divine Aura only costs another 3. Actually pretty useful. But we'll let's see if, as is often the case, let's go see if Draco Lich is the real final boss of the Plane of Fear. He usually is. is it? Okay, 10:30. Yeah, so we'll finish up Cazic by like 11 something. Then we'll hello, a specter. All right. So we need to click our AON now with dispel changes. We're gonna have to see how exactly buff management is gonna work. Now that enemy dispels work differently, instead of just stripping buffs, now they reduce the duration on buffs. So I do have all 4 ranks of spellcasting reinforcement to offset that. So our buffs have plus 50% duration. And Virtual Gamer, good evening. Blessing of the Lord Commander, one of my absolute favorite buffs. And I love Blessing of the Lord Commander so much because, all these you hurt yourself for whatever bits that you incur from Berserker Stance, it just totally cancels them out. We'll put Guard of Vi up. Why not? And how's the progression? Well, we got Shaman up to 44 just now, so that was nice. Sound Force. Let's put stun. Let's put desist on there. Nullify for sure. Pacify, yes please. Word of the Divine, absolutely. Definitely want that. Sacred Echo, definitely want that. Healing Light, probably won't actually use it, but sure. Okay. Alright, plus 4. So here we go. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, last time I did Fear plus 4. Yeah, Cazic was actually relatively easy. And Draco Lich was... Or actually, the hardest part was one of the golems had one of those shadow stepping trash mobs with him. And that just... And then it... Of course, it shadow stepped me into another golem. So had to, die and respawn once or twice just to kind of grind through the trash mobs because we were getting, kind of cheap shotted by that stuff. Okay, what do we have? Go out through the firewall here. We have a Fright Finger. Okay, well, it sees us. So. And a Worry Wraith. Okay. Getting, What happened to my, There it goes. Okay. It's like, where's my PR? I cast PR. Did it... Maybe got interrupted or something? Yeah, it's fine. No more, Now I mean, if we have to do a... Where are we... Is there an... Ugh. Must be a cleric or something. Healing. Oh. The Frightfinger himself is a cleric. Durr. Okay. Alright, get the Worry Wraith. You know, on live, we will definitely be grinding a lot of Fiery Avengers. You would have +8. I mean, I could make mine +6 if I wanted to. I have the motes for it. But, I'm being stingy. And now we're gonna save the real horrors of the Mega Fiery Avenger grind for live when we have to grind out 32 of them. Yeah, as you'll see in the guide, there are, you know, 2 unfun camps, Zakotl and Ghoulbane. Everything else is pretty procedural. Like, those are the only 2 rare spawns you have to contend with. You know, there's... You know, you got some RNG with drops from Vox and Nagafen, but... Oops. With, Oh. Dang it. I was fixing my, my headset and couldn't push a button. That was embarrassing. I could see my life down in the gutter and PR not quite going off in time, but I had my headset in my hands, so I couldn't do anything about it. A lot of overlap between Paladin and Cleric. Silicon Slapback, there is not. I'd say, you know, go watch my video about the respective spells of both classes. But TLDR, Paladin spells are mostly bad, and Cleric spells are very good. So... one of the prevailing problems with hybrid spells is they tend to be too little too late. You get a low-level version of the spell that the parent class gets at a much, much later level, where it's just kind of mathematically obsolete. You know, like Paladin has to wait until 48 to get superior healing. Which, superior healing is better than nothing, and, you know, they don't even get that much on vanilla in Old World. But and likewise, the HP and AC buffs that Paladin gets uh, are like a full tier or 2 tiers below what Cleric gets. They come on way late when they're way past obsolete. Likewise, also, hybrids just in general do not have access to spellcasting mastery or specialization. So having any full caster in the kit majorly increases your efficiency by decreasing the cost of all your spells. Like our... So right now, for example, using Promised Renewal as an example here, we're only spending 482 mana on a 550 mana spell. We're saving a lot of mana. Or Sacred Echo only costs 233 out of 300. So we're way more efficient than we would be as a just hybrid. That being said, I mean, Paladin does get a couple of good spells, like Valor of Mar, Cease and Desist, and such. So it's not all bad. Yep, a couple of out-of-era spells. A couple of very high-value out-of-era spells. Cease and Desist in particular are awesome. 2 of the best spells Paladin's ever got. Oh, yeah. Yeah, very nice not having to deal with that kind of crap. Yeah, nice thing with Valor of Mar, for example, it's 25% haste. Self-only, so it's permanent. So, with that and a Cloak of Flames +5, we're at 66 haste. We're not capped, but we're close enough. If we had a Sky Belt, we'd have an extra, 5 more haste on top of that. We'd be really knocking on the door of haste cap. In Zerker stance, most of the time, yup. Whenever possible. I could honestly take offensive stance off the bar. I don't use it. It's strictly inferior to Berserker stance, I think. We can move Unyielding over here for the once in a blue moon that we need it. And oh boy, we got some Russet Oxide. No, but we got a +5 moat. That's at least something. Alright, 1 golem done. Gotta med up for the next one. Oh yeah, nice thing, by the way, for those who don't know. When you take like 1 or 2, I'm not sure which, ranks of spellcasting reinforcement, it'll make Sacred Echo, or the whole Echo line, round up to an extra tick. So you get 3 ticks instead of 2. I mean, the open world versions, yes. The once actual like personal instances, like non-boss instances of these are available, then you would be able to do that too. Because right now the bosses, the boss rush instances are on 7-day lockouts. Well, per mob. Thought Bleeder. Okay, we got a Thought Bleeder over there. What else? We gotta see, because Fear Trash are not all created equal. I see a Fetid Fiend. Okay. Alright. As long as there's no... Alright, we're gonna kill the Thought Bleeder. Yes, we're gonna... That thing has got all kinds of bad buffs. We're gonna go... Oh, use defensive at all? Yes, when I need to, yes. When we get to Cazic, you'll see me use it. Where'd the... Yeah, you'll absolutely see me use it against Cazic. The goal is to be able to stay in Berserker stance as much as possible so that we can actually do damage. If I can press the right button there, thank you. Ugh. And wow, we were actually able to pull these trash mobs without aggroing Draco Lich. That's surprising. Even in the solo instance of Fear, trash mob aggro ranges are kind of cracked. Okay, there's Draco. And there's... Oh, here comes Draco. Okay. We're going to pull him way back so we don't aggro anything else in case there's other weird stuff with him. Okay, is he coming solo, it looks like. Oh, Nightmare. Okay. Nightmare we can deal with. Two, one. Oop. Come on. Let me cast a spell, please. There we go. Okay, Draco Lich Pet, get out of here. Alright, and Draco Lich yourself. Alright, let's get your, I don't like you being buffed. Alright, there we go. Alright. Yeah, go ahead, cast Insidious Retrogression if you want. It's not gonna land. He is a Ranger Monk Necro today. Okay. Yeah, Draco Lich is a Necro by default. And yeah, today he really wanted to max out his dual wielding. Yeah, so he went Monk Ranger. Yeah, using the Shield of the Immaculate to cleanse off the rotting flesh really does save a lot of mana. Because it prevents a lot of damage from happening. And yeah, on +4, Draco Lich has some hit points. Let's go ahead and click a Soulfire. Take our free PR for the fight. Get those get that rotting flesh dot off again. Do-do-do-do. Yeah, like I was saying, you know, give or take for, you know, lucky or unlucky class loadouts, I think Draco Lich is frequently harder than Cazic. Yeah, for being a mini-boss, Draco Lich has a lot of health. Yep, this is D4. Yep. Oh yeah, Paladin for roleplay reasons, absolutely. It is, you know, all about those goody two shoes aesthetics. I mean, I think it's also just a good class. Oh. It's also the class I played on live for 13 years. Yeah, fun fact, on live, I was the exact opposite of an altaholic. I played exactly one character ever. Never made alts. Yep. Just one continuous character from 2001 to the end of 2013. It's about 13 and a half years, really. But yeah, within the context of just mechanics on Legends, yeah, the synergy between Paladin, Cleric, and Berserker is very palpable. Oh, get around to making a video? Yes, I made the one about doing the Fiery Avenger. And, oh, we got a Monsoon. Okay. Yeah, we got a Monsoon. That's cool, I guess. You got no respect, but always served a role. It was kind of like live, also. You know, on a... Because I was a... I was rating in the at the very top end of the spectrum for years and years. And as a paladin in a top tier, or just like, well, number one actually, raid guild, you have one job, and that is to do everything. Can you record +10 Avenger time? I'm not doing +10 Avenger on beta. I'm just not. Well, now on live, when we're doing the Mega Avenger stockpiling, I mean that we will be recording, 100%. But that'll be for after actual release, not beta. Uh, if like I might make a few extra Avengers here, just to add a few plus marks for funsies, but uh, not going to +10 on beta. Now if they roll out some of the new, or some of the hinted at mechanics to make additional item enhancement more feasible, then yeah, that'll the Fiery Avenger will be the primary beneficiary of that for me. Okay, but that's if that mechanic gets rolled out to beta. We got a Worry Wraith right there, and what's the other mob? There should be 2 trash mobs right here. If I can't see it, all right. Well, I can't see it, but it is what it is. Usually, if you're close enough to cast a spell, you're already in aggro range. There we go. Enjoy your Pally Res Cleric? Yup. Oh, don't I know it. We would sometimes have to threaten to actually de-guild people for not being willing to take Paladin Reses during raids. Because it was only 90% instead of 96%. What a Greek tragedy. Alright. Kitty. Hey, kitty. What you doing? Kitty, you're blocking the screen. Ashy. Ashy, come here, baby. Oh, tentacle terrors. Those are always fun. All right. Oh, just plus a boogeyman. That's fine. We can deal with that. All right, here comes Dread. Let's get the tentacle terror out of the way first. Ashy, nope. Oh, okay. Okay, Ashy, I guess. Ow. I think the knockback might have actually helped there. Might. Come on. We're getting, getting, very, very stunned. Well, wow. What in the... Were they just, like, all Giga Hasted or something? They had to have been. We were getting just demolished there. Ashy, stop it. Don't break Daddy's things, please, kitty. Daddy likes having nice things. Cat name would be Aerolizzy. Nope. Nope. The cat's name is Ash. Ashy. Come on, sweetie. Psst, 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 psst. Ashy. Wanna come down here? Yeah, funny thing is you can't, after some of the scary trash in this zone, yeah, Kazic's gonna seem like a complete pushover. Ashy, please don't break that. That's fragile. Come on. Psst, 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 psst. Down here, baby. Ashy. Ashy, don't try to bite that. That will hurt your teethers. Ashy, you already broke that once. Please don't break it again. Ashy. Alright. It was already broken. It doesn't matter. Way to scale spell damage, just focus effects. Just focus effects for now. Alright, Alright, where are... Okay. Alright, he's just a druid. The boogeyman's just a ranger. Is Dread? Okay, yeah. Dread is hasted. Yeah, okay. Alright, that was the problem. Dread was coming in hasted. Alright. Tentacle Tormentors are a pain. Get mana up. We're gonna need to just make sure we get Dread dispelled as fast as possible. We're actually gonna start in defensive stance here. And actually probably put on inversion. Yeah, and of course Dread has enough spell range to haste this whole group of idiots. Alright. We're gonna actually pop recovery stance for a second. Hit renewal. We're gonna precast a renewal. Now it's gonna be alright, Dread. We need to nullify you post haste. Okay. Dread's pet also. Actually, we can actually just kill Dread's pet. Alright, that's one problem down. Okay. Pinnacle. Tentacle Terror. Okay. I think we're good on... Okay. Alright, we can switch to recovery stance. Switch to Zerk stance. And now I think we should have this under control. Yeah, when we're not dealing with, multiple hasted mobs, it's way more manageable. Surprise, surprise. What are bladed boots? Don't care. Alright. Alright. Now we're under control. Is that Spirit of Billy? Probably. Spirit of Wolf, whatever. Dread can have so if he really wants it. And then that's 2 golems. Okay, yeah, just Terror left, plus his ads, and then Cazic. So, yeah, the imminent danger of getting shadow stepped into a different pack of mobs is now gone. We gotta make sure we have disarm ready, because we may need to disarm Cazic. He's frequently holding a shaman hammer, which we will need to take away from him. Alright. Alright, so far so good. Oh, we are way too close. We're going to aggro everything when we have no mana. Too late. Rip. Ripperoni. We're actually going to try to outrun them. See if we can just run these guys off. I was trying to go around the hill, not over it, for that exact reason. They might have infinite follow range here. Or at least Terror does. Okay. Hi, Terror. We have learned, or we have completed the achievement New Tricks. We're going to run out of endurance here in a minute. Let's go to balanced stance. Let's see. D4 does not need a cleric. I've seen people do it without. Does help. Likewise, you could do it with a quasi-tank, like like a monk. Just it just makes it harder. Oh crap! Come on, keep it together. There we go. Never. Yes, self-found gameplay had, or is there a thing like this in EQ? I mean, not per se. There's no special SSF mode, or hardcore mode. Some of the private servers for EQ have had SSF and hardcore modes, but nothing official. Though it's worth noting, items on EQ Legends can only ever be traded once. They bind to the recipient after being traded. Pal Monk Shaman, okay. Oh. Yeah, Pal Claire Druid, that's, that is, it's a lot of wisdom. A lot of, yeah. You get to, yep, you get all that wisdom piled up. You know, maybe make good use of Divine Stance. You get to load up some dots. Shaw's Lethargy, nice try. Nice try, Terror. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, you definitely, you know, people have done T4 bosses with very, very off-meta builds. You know. Now, on the although remember, just because it's doable doesn't mean it's easy. Might require more gear or, you know, more, more heads-up gameplay to manage the fight. Like, one thing about using Promised Renewal instead of, say, Slow as your primary, as your primary tool for survival, is you kind of have to know how fast your life bar is going to drain, because you got to cast it in advance. It is proactive healing. So you have to, so in order to get efficient use out of it, you got to know, like, okay, in the duration of PR, the boss is going to take me down 60% health, so I need to cast it absolutely no later than 70%. Otherwise, I'm going to have to patch heal myself to stay alive. Oh, whoops. Forgot to I had gone into balance stance. I forgot to go back out. T4 bosses with only 2 classes picked. Yeah, 50% on regular mobs, 70 on bosses, which something like that is usually the pace. Oh, hey, we got both items. Alright, ball of ever-living golem, which we need 25. Actually, will that? Do I need to feed a moat to that to get to +7? I need... yes. Let's see, 2 majors. Withdraw. Put 2 majors in there. And there we go. +7. Cool. And gloves. Alright, slime blood. My current slime blood is +5. Oh, and actually 5.5. Okay, so it should just go to +6. Yep. Easy peasy. Ding. Yay. Alright. And there's those 2 trash mobs over there that we need to kill, because Cazic will auto-aggro them if we don't. Yeah, the PR here is a 1/4 second cast time, so almost instant. But boy howdy do mobs ever find just the right moment to bash to interrupt it. Yep, play what you enjoy. Yep. You will, you know, you should be able to clear, you know, unless you are actively trying to make a bad character, you know, for the sake of a self-imposed challenge, you know, like, you know, having no mana by playing a triple pure melee, you know, like, unless you were trying to do a self-imposed challenge, I think you will find that you should be able to do 99% of content in the game with whatever you want. Yeah, if you like Druid, play Druid. You know, Druid needs a little bit of love right now, but it's still, you know, you could use, you know, just a couple of good, you know, a couple of good spells to give it some identity, or maybe a good class AA or 2 to give it something a little bit more unique. You know, give people a reason, like a mechanical reason to play Druid beyond just liking the aesthetics. Alright, well, there's Cazic. He does have a weapon equipped, so we will disarm him. Where did those 2 trash mobs go? Hold on, we're gonna actually... we're gonna actually use Sense the Dead here, because those 2 trash mobs should have gotten... Should have... Okay, there's a phoboplasm over there. Where in the world is that phoboplasm? Okay. Weird. But good that we found them. The phoboplasm isn't. It was the pet. Yeah. Yeah, we detected the pet. because he happened to become a necro today. You know, Druid does have the advantage that it's got a spell for basically everything. It has probably the widest toolkit of any caster. Even if it's not the deepest toolkit. But it's, you know, but it's kind of like PlayStation 3. It only does everything. All right. And there's the Fetid Fiend. Okay. There he is. That's what we were looking for. We did all three. Yeah, this should be just this trash. Oh, and it's a spine chiller. Gross. You know what? It's good that we managed to actually train these guys off and not deal with them along with the golem. Stupid spiders. Alright, and the last trash mob. So, after we kill this idiot, we can do Cazic. Hey, maybe he'll drop us a piece of Valorium. Because the instance mobs still drop their old drop table stuff. You know, so they're, you know, class-specific mobs, as opposed to their new drop table where they are slot-specific. Yep, and yeah, the druid passive that just gives you crit to everything is very nice. So it just makes you better at doing everything else. Yeah. Like I said, you know, there's something to be said for just having everything in your toolkit, even if none of those things are as good as what the specialists do. Alright. So. Oddly enough, Cazic probably has the smallest aggro range of any mob in the zone. Yeah, they've... Fiend is a dad. Just here as a second... Hate it. Just here as a second job. Him and his necromancer wife. Just trying to raise a family. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think Cazic pays them a living wage? Okay, ooh. Cazic Thule today is a Shadow Knight Necro Berserker. Okay. That is a slightly scary combination, but pretty sure I've killed him on that combo. Yeah, he's gonna spend a lot of time casting Necro Dots. We're gonna actually load up resist buffs. Just in case. I don't think he's going to actually cast much other than Insidious Retrogression. And maybe like an SK Armor Tap or something. Cazic does have a Dispel, yep. With the way Dispels work now, let's see, what... Yeah, we have Illusion Skeleton up in the first slot. I'm not... I said, resist magic. Resist fire. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how... buff management is going to play out with the with the way dispels cut your duration now instead of just stripping individual lines. So we're gonna do it live, I guess. You know, I'm gonna move resolution down to the bottom. Put Yelp up there. And I'm just gonna recast some of this. Actually, wait, is anything? Oh, wait, actually, wait, nothing's really got a short duration. No, we're good. Okay. Yeah. Fortunately, we have an Amulet of Necropotence. I don't know. We're gonna have to actually just keep an eye on our buff list. See how well the buff list is holding up. All right, Kazic's right there though. Now we do have some Midnight Mallets if we want to try using them. I don't think we need to though. We've done them before without, so we're not gonna stoop to that. All right, buffs are good, mana's good, endurance is good, berserker stance is on, recovery invocation is on. Did you recast resolution? Malavarian. Actually, that is a good question. Did I recast resolution? No, I didn't. Thank you for reminding me. Not that it would have made a huge difference, but better to... He fears? He does, but I'm immune. And the fear should not land in solo play anyway. But I just have fear immunity, so that part at least is not a problem. And you know what? I'm gonna actually go ahead and put I'm gonna go ahead and I don't think they can dispel permanent buffs. But I'm gonna put Yelp 3 up in an extra spell slot anyway, just in case. All right. Also, Malavarian, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. All right. So we're gonna precast a PR. Wait a tick for mana. 3, 2, 1, charge. Okay, it took 13 minutes off of PR, is what the... Okay. Disarm failed. Disarm failed. Yep. Spamming Insidious Retrogression, no surprise there. And, alright, Cazic was disarmed. We don't have to deal with that anymore. Alright. We're going to hit defensive because we were a little late on the heal. 2, 1. There we go. Back to Berserker. Might need slow. Nah, we'll be fine. We just got to be... I was a little late on a heal, is all. But I get ready to cast... Get ready to click defensive in case we get unlucky. Also have my finger on Sacred Echo. Okay. Alright, PR's out. Ready to click defensive. Fingers on Sacred Echo. Defensive. We're good. Okay, PR's out. priority. Defensive. Ooh. LOH. I flinched there. Because the knockback just hit at the wrong moment. Alright. 6. Freebie. Ready for defensive. Insidious retrogression, don't care. Paralyzing Earth, doesn't matter. Okay, PR's good. Refresh Skellington. Okay. 75. PR. Ready? Take the defensive. Alright, we didn't need it. Tick counters display a little weird on PR sometimes, and you can't... But back in Berserker. Might as well actually toss out a Smite, because we're way ahead on mana. I'm going to go ahead and hit that. Alright, PR's out. Yeah, we're way ahead on mana. One. Okay. Just keep smiting at this point. Defensive. Back to Zerk. Alright, PR's out. One friend. Yeah, it makes it way easier. Cazic Fool wants to summon some ads. He doesn't realize I already cleared the zone. Defensive. There we go. Alright, LOH is back up. Just in case we need it. Ooh. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and take an Echo Heal. He got a lucky round on us. Defensive, but right back to Berserker. He's at 8%, whatever. Right, back to Zerk. I'll PR early, because we can afford it. Get smited, idiot. Alright, and... Alright, yeah. And actually, you know, his you know, as with a lot of enemies, the mana is actually kind of like, or the boss having mana. Oh, hey, he dropped us a +6 mote. Thank you. You know, his mana is actually kind of detrimental to his damage because I resist Insidious Retrogression more often than not. And Fire Revenger is +5. Looking forward to launch? Oh, absolutely. I am definitely not burned out. Run Spellblade often. Yeah, Silicon. Really not often, actually. I use it in groups with Word of Healing. Oh, hey, I've got two Amulets and Necropotence to give away. That's cool, I guess. And Barbarian Spiritus Hammer. Can give that away, I guess. And a Piccolo. I'm just gonna sell that one. That was +4. That was Cazic at his hardest. So easy peasy. Cazic is way easier than Inarok. Even though Inarok is a wizard, he hits way harder than Cazic does. Hardest boss, generally speaking, is Inarok, although some of the sky bosses are a little goofy. But not necessarily hard per se. And although the sky bosses have a lot of hit points, I would not want to try soloing most of them. And Roderick, thank you for that follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here. And Woo Wiggly. Oh, no, Casters can do plenty of stuff. Hardest boss, Bizazzazazed. Actually, probably. They're making Casters way better. Stay tuned. Yes, soon trademark. You know, please look forward to it. And yeah, Woo Wiggly, thanks for tuning in. Glad to have you here with us. Welcome to the program. So, yeah, actually, because, you know, casters could probably use some way to, well, they need, some better itemization. They need some foci, but otherwise, you know, blasters do good damage, pets do good damage, all the various utility that casters have, especially like haste and slow and proc buffs and stuff like that. You know, does good stuff. Like the one mob in the world that's a little bit goofy for casters is Eye of Vishan, because it's the highest level mob in the game and it just kind of breaks resist math. But even then, you get it tashed, you get it mallowed, you use overchannel, you know, you use the tools in your kit, you can cast on it just fine. As far as I'm aware, they do roll different classes on different times. I think their class loadout is randomized. But yeah, stances for casters. Hey, Dark Templar. Yeah, you know, more. Also, keep in mind for all classes that the Class AA tab right now is pretty barren and only has some of the basic stuff on it. And, you know, this will get filled out soon, trademark, and add some much needed functionality. Yeah, a Monk Berserker Beast Lord had 16% life. Yeah. On a Monk Berserker Beast Lord, which shows you, A, how good even Beast Lord Slow is, and how good monk defensives are, how good mend is. Bunch of different combos. Mostly, yeah, Rubaz, mostly trying to max out Pal, Claire, Zerk, for the most part. I mean, a little earlier, I was leveling up Shaman for funsies. So, Shaman's at 44. Nothing else is out of the early 20s yet. So, mostly focused on just maxing out this this one setup. Monk is always primary. Monk is a good class. Monk's really good. Mend on Legends is really good, way better than Vanilla. What time is it, by the way? We might need to. All right. Oh, it is almost midnight. I do actually. Yeah, let's go ahead and Origin. We're gonna have to wrap this up here pretty shortly. I need to get to bed because I got to wake up early. And reason I went Berserker. Well, originally it was for doubling down on two-handed damage as a paladin. Also, being an aerialisty paladin, I just like the idea, the kind of the roleplay aesthetic of if you've ever seen a couple of the aerialisty NPCs in action, they definitely have a little bit of Berserker spirit in them. Passion's Fury is a thing. Yep, we'll absolutely do this combo on launch, no question. Yeah, Monk would be a good replacement for Berserker. Would add some defensive options, again, like Mend, better evasive skills. Would open up dual wielding, which right now definitely beats the crap out of two-handed damage, just kind of conceptually across the board. But on the other hand, Berserker stance is so good and synergizes really well with the Knights. You know, not only are you doubling your attack speed, but you're halving the cooldown on abilities like Kick, Bash, Frenzy, Smite, Reeve on Shadow Knights. So, and Smite is just a great Nova ability to quickly blow out your mana and convert it into damage. Doing that at double time is no joke. Yep, Berserker does give block. Probably a lower. Yeah, it only caps at 155. I assume Monk gets more than that. And Roderick, yeah, do you think they'll change up two-handers to be more competitive to dual wield? Maybe? I don't know. And Stone369, thanks for that follow. The two-handers, I mean, I don't know. Now, keep in mind, from my perspective, also Silicon Slapback, thanks for the follow. I'm coming from the perspective of somebody who played Paladin for 13 years on live, being the lowest DPS class in the game, except against undead mobs. So I'm accustomed to doing 0 DPS. I mean, hell, I even play 0 DPS builds on Path of Exile. So doing any damage at all feels like a lot to me. And so the damage I'm doing now feels pretty good. And you saw we took down Cazic, no trouble there. So I'm okay with the damage that we're doing right now. Now, just and I know Berserker has that Cudgel of the Fool from Sky that just has a crazy ratio. That's a thing. There's always the option for itemization fixes, because all you really got to do is add some extra damage to a couple of weapons, and there you go. And hey, Virtual Gamer dropping that sub. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, helping to bankroll the channel, keeping the lights on. Gonna have to slap only once a minute. Pal Montclair, just be unkillable. Yep, just about, pretty much. Instability stance. Yeah, low mana cost spells have a chance to reduce cooldown. Would be interesting. Yeah, mixed spell bars. That's a cool idea. Or cascade non-damage spells. Trigger weaker spells. Well, I mean, there are those chaser, like spell proc things that that are on live, like I forget what they're called. Feign Death. Yeah, you have to like double Feign Death to make things actually forget you. It's kind of goofy. So, I mean, also there's always the option of adding more triple attack to the to Zerker, because I say to Zerker specifically because if you want to do two-handed damage, you've got Zerker in your kit. Just you're gonna do it. It's the only damage dealing melee class that doesn't dual wield. So if that's what you're trying to accomplish, that's the class you're gonna do. Put more, up the triple attack skill cap on Zerker. Maybe, pump up Burst of Power for Zerker, give it an extra rank or two. You could make it... you can make two-handers pretty competitive pretty easily, I think. And... or once some of those knight-specific attack and multi-attack AAs come out, that'll be a thing. Oh yeah, SK and PAL synergize with Zerk really well. They also both synergize very well with their respective parent caster, with Necro and Cleric. Very well because you get all the benefits of being a knight with plate and everything, and a fancy sword, but also spells worth casting. SKs in particular get all their tap boosts, but when casting actual Necro spells, they're applying those boosts to spells that are just good by default. Getting scaling bonuses. Oh, caster remains stationary. It's suddenly they become Final Fantasy XIV black mages, trying to stay in their ley lines. Palclair Zerk Interrook Worshipper, though. Okay, well, no one's perfect. Yeah, just crazy. I mean, you never know. Just saying, Brass does like to lurk in my chat sometimes. So, I don't know. Who knows who else might be lurking in chat. And Chemiad, hello, welcome. Glad to have you here. Yep, nice flaming sword here. Yep, and innies versus outies, keck. And there's always also the possibility down the road we'll get AAs to boost the efficacy of stances. Yep. Yeah, when we were doing the Fiery Avenger guide, yeah, Brass was hanging out in chat. Let's see. I've been trying to figure out how to get Ranger in the mix. Someone in I think it was in the beta Discord was showing off some of their archery slay undead shenanigans. They landed an 8,000 point slay with archery. Just insta-jibbed whatever they were looking at. The planets had to align for that to happen, but it happened. And You know, if you don't have slow in your kit, then you probably need some plate tank power to be able to face tank things. Slow just, you know, demolishes enemy offense. So, you know, your Ranger, Zerk, Beast Lord, very powerful. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you don't need a plate tank in your build, especially if you have slow. It helps, you know. More AC, more HP is always good. Every time you die, it's because you ran out of hit points. Every time you take a max damage hit, it's because you didn't have enough AC. So, you know, more defense is always good. Though there is something to be said for just make the enemy die. Ranger does bring some nice attack buffs, which do seriously crank up their, you know, their accuracy and just the bell curve on their damage. So, and yeah, this is not the 1.0. Yeah, Fiery Avenger is unique in that it is sort of like the 0.5 or 0.66 epic. That does date back to Old World, or at least the planar phase of Old World. We will ultimately trade this in for a Fiery Defender once Kunark drops. Yeah. So, now, we'll have a Fiery Defender day one of Kunark, because you can do 90% of the work to that quest. So, you know, that will be no big deal. As I've said a couple times now, yeah, we're going to be, you know, mass-producing industrial quantities of Fiery Avengers after launch to go set up and to convert into an industrial quantity of Defenders so we can have a plus 10 Fiery Defender as fast as possible. But if anyone's got a last-minute question, toss it out now. Because I need to go walk my dog, and I need to get to bed, because I got to get up and drive 3 hours first thing in the morning, so I can do a thing, and then drive 3 hours home. We make a paladin-only guild with all different deities? Well, as long as they're not evil deities. Because, you know, I do not abide by the 5th edition D&D concept that a paladin can be any alignment. A paladin is lawful good. You know, otherwise you're a blackguard. You know, that prestige class existed in the old days for a reason. You know, so you could have characters like Luke and Delaire. You know, sorry, Minthara enjoyers. Minthara is a Shadow Knight or a blackguard, not a paladin. I don't care what her character sheet says. You know, you can enjoy your elf dommy mommy all you like. But her character sheet is wrong. Sort of half-elf paladin, switch to dark elf. See you in the dueling arena. Okay, I can accept that. Look, also, you know, at least, you know, 2014 rules of 5th edition, because, you know, 2024 rules can sit and spin. At least in 2014 rules, look, Devotion is objectively the best of the core oaths for Paladin. Yeah, I have no interest in 2024 rules, and honestly, I'll stick with 3.5. Yeah, Smite got nerfed hard in 2024, which not undeserved, by the way. When I was doing Adventurers League and we were doing one of the early 5e modules, where Grazit is the final boss. I got a lucky crit on round 1, and now the DM knew how much damage my character could pour out, and it was just a vanilla human devotion paladin with a greatsword +3, and he knew what kind of damage I did. He like doubled or tripled Grazit's HP, and I still knocked him because I got a lucky crit. I knocked him to single-digit hit points on round 1. Oh, it was good times. I mean, Pathfinder's good. I mean, I like Wrath of the Righteous, for example. I mean, I've got some criticisms about it, but I generally like it. But anyway, yeah, any last-minute questions, going once. We'll have plenty of time to just, you know, chatter about tabletop games and everything else tomorrow and the day after and the day after that and the day after that. We'll be back. All right, so hypothetically, we should be back tomorrow. Might be a little later in the night. You know, I usually try to be on by like 6:30-ish. Might be more like 7:30-ish Eastern U.S. time, by the way, tomorrow. Because that's at 2:30. Probably go. Yeah, it might not be until like 8:30. I'll be on eventually tomorrow. Tuesday we'll be back to normal time. So you know, turn on that bell. You know, demolish the like button. Do all those things. You know. Notifications exist for a reason. Generally speaking, most days. Yeah, we start at 7 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, but unofficially, I've been starting early most days. But yeah, tomorrow will be late because I gotta drive halfway across Pennsylvania and then drive halfway back. So, but we'll be on eventually. So, from everybody out in chat, thanks for tuning in and hanging out with me. Enjoy the dwindling moments of the weekend before Monday arrives. If your name is Garfield, my condolences. Do your best. Everybody out in VOD land on the YouTubes, thanks for watching this whole way. Almost 7 hours of it. You know, even if you were watching at like 1.2 or, God forbid, 1.5 speed and making me sound even more like a chipmunk than usual. So that's it for me for tonight. So my name's Tim. I will see y'all next time. Good night.